Hey there, hi there, everybody. How are you all doing? We are in the final week, the final 2 days, in fact, of waiting patiently for good video games to come out so that we can stop playing the video game that is already good. Because we want a better one. We want it now. What's up, Virtual256 with the Prime sub in 52 months? Sub anniversary really suits you. You're all decked out for 52 months. Heck yeah. That's a full deck of cards. Tubbs ass with 38 months, 3.8 metric years. Davey Cricket with the Prime sub. The Alphabet Versary. I like that. Jody Satva with the Prime sub in 8 months. What did the Angle say when his girlfriend asked if he wanted a puppy? That's a cute idea. Wheelbarrow Tim, thanks for 19 months. Eric, thanks for the Prime sub in 13 months. A little bit of obtuse humor for you there. Carillon X, thanks for the Prime sub in 9 months. Spire tomorrow, oh yeah, and the day after, and the day after. Oddity with the Prime sub in 39 months. Jane Koviak with 41 months. Wait, why is so many people subbing? What's happening? Spin Their Yarns with 8 months. Oh no. It just keeps happening. Franklestar with 27 months. 3 to the power of 3. Door City over here with a Prime sub. Tom with 88 months. Don't know what to write here, but you are hyped. I am also hyped. I am also hyped. Oh, that's true. It's the first day of the month after a weekend, which actually does mean a lot of resubs coming in at the same time-ish. I think there's also a lot of excitement, too. Forest Tail, thanks for the Prime sub, and 6 months of support. Lith with 5 very generous gifted subs. Max Zekcho with the Prime sub. Okay, that should be the right set of mods. Imaginary Friend, appreciate you. Abigail is with 35 months here for the Spire 2 hype. Let's see, I think I missed some people in the middle there. Wheelbarrow Tim, did I catch you for 19 months? I think I did. Yeah, if I missed anybody in the chaos there, I do apologize. Fluctuation EM with the Prime sub in 73 months. Billy Zed with the Prime sub in 22 months. Defect all the way. It's so soon. Tubbs ass with 1,000 bits. Mr. Danielma with the Prime sub in the 17 months. And a dad joke for the crowd. Let's see if I can do a Spire 2 themed one here. Why wasn't the Regent in the first Slay the Spire game? Because a Regentleman always allows others to go first. No refunds. Tully also with 5 gifted subs. He was rejected with a G. I like that. Comes out at 1. That's right. So for the first hour, we could just like vibrate with excitement. We have a couple things that we can do. One thing that we can do, something that I'm going to actually be doing later, later in the stream today, is taking a look at some of the cataloged Slay the Spire 2 cards that are up on the untapped.gg website. I'm actually working with Untapped.gg to populate kind of comments and expert advice on their website. So they're building essentially this will eventually have a breakdown of every single card in Slay the Spire 2, complete with commentary from top players. Like I hear there's a handsome gentleman by the name of Jorbs here who's already written something about Bully, for example. And I too have the equal opportunity to write comments on these cards and forever enshrine them on this website. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that later in the stream. And we can also potentially do that while we patiently wait for Spire 2 to come out. But I do have actually one other thing. One sec. which is that I have received a mystery box. I don't know how well you can see that. It's got a little map. Slay the Spire 2 on it. This comes from Megacrit Games directly, and I am under strict instructions to not open this until the Spire 2 releases, so we must wait to find out what's in the box. Don't know what's in the box, but I can't find out now. G. Gogas, thanks for 26 months of support. Yeah, open it on stream. Surely they won't sue me. Neozel, thanks for the Prime sub and 15 months of support. It is ticking ominously, but I'm sure that's just part of the surprise. For now, though, we have to just play runs of the Spire. Yeah, am I allowed to open it before the game actually drops? I'll double check with that. I'm actually not sure if I'm allowed to open it 20 minutes before the game drops, but I'm sure that'd be probably fine. Subs ass with 8 very generous gifted subs. 8, count 'em, 8. The box is also whispering, foolish, foolish. What could it mean? What could it mean? Natman, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Took how much damage to Gremlin Leader? Wow, this went badly, huh? Oh yeah, that was my attempt at a fast Ironclad run. We haven't played any Silent in a while. Defect week did come to a close. I think this week I'm just going to play whatever I want. For characters in whatever order I want, and the kind of overall goal here is just have some fun. Play some silly runs, see if we can make a build that is maybe a little bit more unusual workout. Something like that. By the way, Mr. Rahoni, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Let's embark here into an Ascension 20 Silent run. What do we got for map? No forced early elite or anything like that. Lots of late elites. I really like this path. This one's pretty good too, actually. Elite, fire. That's more rest sites. A lot more rest sites. And that first elite isn't even required, right? You could go either way here. Cool. So we have choose a card, 3 potions, curse for transform 2, or yield boss swap. Guardian is the act boss. I'm oddly okay with choose a card, actually. Although we get a lot of card rewards before the first elite fight, so maybe not required. I'll go in distractions with the Prime sub in 4 months. YouTube and VODs have been instrumental in lulling your new daughter to sleep. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully you're able to get some sleep yourself. Which character would I say benefits the most from Act 1 campfires? I feel like it might be Defect. Defect really values having a lot of upgrades to solve the front load problem on that character. Upgrades go a long way. And they can also be your most powerful way to amplify your scaling is with upgrades too. Although usually you're not getting the scaling upgrades in Act 1, unless you got an early defrag or something. Kamitch with a very generous indeed 6 months in advance subbage of the Tier 3 sub. Getting the bulk value discount on the premium sub. I like that. Corino says, what does the boss tell you about what you're looking for as Silent? Great question. So on Silent, you definitely have to think a lot about what your Act 1 boss is. Mostly for the other two, actually. So Slime Boss is the big one to fear. Slime Boss is a huge threat to the Silent. Because the Slime Boss wants you to burst a lot of damage very quickly, and Silent kind of struggles to do that well. So against Slime Boss, you want immediate damage cards like Blade Dance and Eviscerate and Masterful Stab and stuff like that. Anything that can push a lot of damage very quickly. And you also benefit from damage per turn effects. Specifically, Noxious Fumes is quite helpful in that fight because just of how many turns the fight tends to go. Against Hexaghost, you're much more pressured to find a scalable source of single target damage. If Hexaghost is your act boss, you're kind of in a damage race. And for Silent, your two main ways to get there are either to stack Poison on the Hexaghost, which means you really want to collect cards like Bouncing Flask and Deadly Poison, or you want to find Terror to make the Hexaghost vulnerable so that you can use attacks to get there. But if you don't find a Terror, it's going to be very difficult to kill Hexaghost with just playing standard attacks. So keep that in mind. Against Guardian, you're kind of chilling, actually. Guardian is testing the Silent for things she already does, which is, can you draw block consistently? Can you maybe do a little bit of passive damage? And pretty much any value power is going to be very desirable here, like Well-Laid Plans and Footwork are excellent to pick up here in Act 1 because we're fighting the Guardian. Probably want a little bit of Poison, maybe some kind of Thorns damage, but we have a lot of leeway in how we do damage, and we have a lot of opportunity to get good block cards here in Act 1 because we're fighting the Guardian. So I think in general, you're pretty happy to see Guardian Act 1 as Silent. Striker Ninja, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. How fun is it going to be to blindly go into a new Spire game? It's very cool to be able to have a fresh start. And for everybody else to be starting fresh kind of at the same time. JL, thanks for 22 months. Got a Steam Deck a few days ago, and you've been working your way through Peglin. Hey, you're welcome. So, back to the run at hand here. If I want to go on the juicy path here, I think we're either choosing a card or taking 3 potions. These are a little bit on the weak side for starting bonuses, but they're also kind of foolproof here, which is a little important. Let's go choose a card. Very simple, and wow, we get a calculated gamble or a couple block cards. What if you just start with a calculated gamble in your deck as Silent? That sounds pretty sweet. Early Silent, not good to Transform 2. The problem with Curse Transform 2 here is that, although it's not a very high chance, there is actually a chance that you like completely fail before you even get to the shop. If you transform into 2 useless cards, whatever you transform, whether it's Double Defend or Double Strike or Strike Defend, I would probably be doing 1 Strike, 1 Defend. And if that turned into 2 non-damage cards, like 2 Setups or something, which I have transformed into before, and the curse is bad, like a Doubt or a Pain, then you can actually lose the entire run to Jawworm instantly, which is not a fun experience. Normality is not a problem here, because Silent, with only 3 energy at the start of the run, you're only playing 3 cards a turn anyway. Normality doesn't hurt as much as some of the other curses do. I think I'm going to gamble here. I don't want to draw that much block next turn. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Now we have more damage in the draw pile, at least. We're wasting 1 energy on this turn, which means we probably have to take some damage to get out of the fight. I think that means playing Strike, Strike, Survivor here. And then we're not particularly likely to get 3 strikes next turn, but we'll see. Indeed, we do not, but we get something better. Next turn they attack for 21. Yeah, take 2 is the safe play here. We are guaranteed to get 2 strikes. If I draw Defend, Defend, Strike, Strike, Survivor next turn, and we're getting attacked for 21, we have a big problem. Yeah, that would be a big problem. I think I just take the 2. I'm pretty happy with that. Could have greeted, as we see, but that's all right. And there's the Fumes. Fumes does really help with Guardian, and is a really nice way to get started on scaling damage. I also really like Backstab as a floor 1 pick. Just do more damage right away. But yeah, I'm going to take, I think I'm going to take Fumes here. How's it going, Jesus is King? You estimate my height at 5'1", huh? That is probably not correct. But I can neither confirm nor deny this statement. I think that's what I'm doing here. I want to make sure this one dies in 2 strikes. Ow. Aggro green slime. Not much you can do to avoid damage when this happens. If you get double attack for 12 by the green guy. Very rude. HDTV, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Will I reset fights to learn mechanics in Spire 2? Probably. I'm sure I'll do deliberate science type stuff at some point. Am I going to do that during my first run of Slay the Spire? No. No, I'm not. Spacey, thanks for the 29 months of support. This is a hard pick, actually. I really want this footwork. Chemix Rocks, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I'm going to take the footwork. This is a really wonderful set of cards to start with here. I like that the Calc Gamble wasn't actually a card reward. We still have one easy pool fight here. We're going to go to one event, and if I feel like I need to, I'll go to this shop. We have a golden idol for max health. Okay. Not bad, but not immediately useful. I do kind of like the idea of buying a potion, as we have yet to find a potion here. Let's go to the shop. Which color do I use the least to highlight nodes? White. I definitely don't use the white color. I use every other color a little bit. I use Shop Route with yellow sometimes, and blue and purple we've used a little bit, but I've never used white for anything. More power. I said I might want a Caltrops too. I think I want an immediate damage option, but there are none here. I guess I can buy a Flex Potion. Maybe I go Flex and Caltrops? I'm kind of into it. I really like this Caltrops Fumes footwork build. What is the first thing I'll draw on the map in Spire 2? It should be the boot, probably. Could buy the Dagger Spray to go with this Flex Potion, and then I can kill sentries or something, but I'm going to buy this Caltrops. Your first 3 combat rewards all contain a backstab. I don't think I would actually want triple backstab to start. Because the problem with that is that you play your 3 backstabs, and then you don't have any damage left at that point. So if the enemy had more than 33 health, then you have a problem. Thinking about calculated gambling to get closer to footwork and stuff. Let's just go Fumes, defend. Take 2 here. I could have gotten away with it. Heck. I'm punished for not doing it, in fact. Brutal. Ow, take 10. That's tough. That's really tough in Joe Worm here. Turn 3, 17 damage. You don't see that very often from Worm, actually. Sometimes, but not very often. PK Hammer, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Am I going to buy the Season Pass for Spire 2? I don't know if it's in the budget, I'm going to be honest. Glim DP, thanks for the 42 months of support. Okay, we get some solid money. Deflect is quite good here, except for the fact that I need damage cards. Don't tell me I'm taking a Quick Slash. Oh no. Concerning. Shmemerin with 57 months of support. Yeah, bot's a little bit slow to the draw today. I will begrudgingly accept a quick slash. And we still didn't get a potion, I see. This is a little tricky. Health dwindling quickly. Don't feel like it's a Fumes upgrade. I need something that's going to do a lot of value in the next fight. I think it might actually be a quick slash upgrade. I'm going to do it. I need some immediate output here. Let's see if this is enough. I'm not sure it will be. At least this is a good fight to get. This could have been a lot worse. And Caltrops, I guess? I guess. At least I can theoretically do 22 damage here. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Great. Okay, kill it. Take only 6. That's not too bad. A lot of hard pool fights would have dealt quite a bit more than that, so I'm okay here. Is the problem with Quick Slash the fact that it doesn't upgrade to draw 2? That is one of the problems, I think, with Quick Slash, yeah. Oh my god. We get the full set. And it's not exactly like the other cards are better, right? I'll take Well-Laid Plans, and we'll have Fumes, Caltrops, Footwork, and Well-Laid Plans by floor 7. Hype. Power Deck, go! Oh yeah, that one definitely could be still in the backlog, Greenberger. There are a number of runs. There are a number of runs that might not make it to the YouTube just because Spire 2 came out. And I'll be making more videos for that. This just looks like... This is a really good enemy to get here. I'm going to go Fumes and Gamble. Probably the best elite we could have fought. We should be able to play all the powers before it wakes up, which is really nice. Perfect. Then just quick slash it. I think we'll also use the poison potion here. Yeah, let's use the poison potion here. That'll be another 6 damage a turn. Keep the defend. And we should be able to win this with passive damage pretty easily. In fact, I think I'm just going to go triple defend here. Lose the quick slash feels weird. Just keep the survivor. Perfect. Okay, we're back to neutral dexterity. This is pretty good. Take 2 this turn, take presumably 0 next turn. This is 10, right? We're doing 12 plus 13 plus 3 plus 12. That sounds like enough. Keep the damage then. Oh, it would have been 1 off. Well, the neutralize was guaranteed, so we always had it. Great. We got another poison potion. I like that. Ink bottle gives me card draw and more feet. If I want to fight another elite, I kind of have to take this dagger spray. But I could take the footwork and then not fight that elite. But if I want to fight the next elite, I really need this card. "26 health and not pretty spooky, even with the dagger spray." True enough, actually. Alright, let's go footwork and skip. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped. We had him, whatever. We totally had him. But now I can click for a relic. I'll click 3 times here. Ow. Hey, 1 click Akabeko. Oh, dagger spray, come back. Dagger spray, no. That's fine. That is fine. We're going to upgrade, looks like Well-Laid Plans, and then rest. Have to do damage here. I'll take 1. 1 is fine. Okay, getting attacked a 3rd time is good because it buys me more of a window to do damage here. We can kill easily. I'll take it. Okay, we get another potion. We get another footwork. No, dagger spray, come back. Dang it. Flying knee is pretty good here. We could just go 3 footworks, actually. Can I beat Knob if I have 3 footworks? I don't think I can. No, I need this flying knee. Yeah, I need this flying knee. All right. Thrust. Go fire pot over flex pot. And I will rest. Of course, it's going to be sentries, right? Yeah. I could have had so many feet. Feet like you wouldn't believe. Let's go Fumes, Defend, Plans to start. Keep Footwork, Strike. Might as well use a fire pot to kill one quickly here. Although I'm not doing that this turn. This turn is going to be Footwork, Survivor, Defend. Keep Quick Slash Footwork. Actually, I'm going to keep this fire pot for Guardian. Or to save 10 if we brick a draw, maybe. Which I appear to maybe have done. There's one more card I get to look at. Alright, fair enough. I should have upped the bottle, I guess. Still can. Right. Burner is here. Okay, that's an extremely good relic. And Backflip is here, or the 4th Footwork. No, I'm going to take Backflip, because we have 2 Footworks already, and I would love card draw. Love some card draw. And then I guess we want to upgrade our scaling damage. Fumes or Trops. Looks like Fumes here to win Guardian. Could have been Collector bonus on Footwork Act 1. Yep. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Boom. Flying knee, go. Okay, should be a very, very easy fight from here with all the powers down. No threat whatsoever. I've already full blocks. That's pretty good. Let's keep 2 defends. Sure. A pacifist run. What do you mean by pacifist, Chris Carnage? Like no attacks played? That is possible. We had a no attacks added defect run recently. We did play attacks, though. Guess I want intangible turn 1 of Act 2, right? Yeah, turn 1. Stop avocado, stop thieves. Adrenaline is here. Glass Knife is here. 1,000 Cuts is here. I love Adrenaline for getting us going faster. Glass Knife is noteworthy because it really slaps with Akabeko and the Bag of Marbles. If we draw that Glass Knife on turn 1, it's going to do heinous damage. So that's also worth considering. It really helps with the front load problem we're having too, actually. Wait, that's a really good Glass Knife. I'm going to take the Glass Knife. And that makes it much more reasonable to take a Black Star here with the Glass Knife. I'm still kind of scared of elites. We could go Calling Bell instead and instantly take a Curse, which we can kind of tolerate. We have good card draw here. I think I want Black Star, though. Black Star runs are really fun. Will it be enough? That's a great question. I certainly don't know. The hope is that we can fight 3 elites this act. We'll see. I'm going to start by going to a shop and then just seeing what I can make happen here. First up, Max with the raid. Welcome, Raiders, to the Spire 2 waiting room. Playing some runs just for fun. Seeing what happens. I'm a ghost, by the way. You love my Black Star runs because yours don't live long enough? Yeah, fair. Totally fair. Next turn looks kind of bad. That's a problem for future Baylor. Oh no. Future Baylor has arrived and he hates this. Terrible news. I can do another 7 with a strike. An 18 retaliate. I can save a little health if I strike the middle one. I think I'm just going to gamble, though. Gamble the Ascender's Bane here. Get the fumes down. Take, unfortunately, quite a bit of damage here. Not the worst. Dead regardless. So I have to break the ink bottle here. Okay. Smith Potion's useful. Dagger Spray is back. I'm going to take Dagger Spray because of the interaction with Akabeko and Bag of Marbles. It's just too much damage to ignore here, I think. Even without an upgrade. Shuriken is quite tempting. Sadistic Nature is here. It's another power that does damage. Kind of too slowly, though. Another copy of Well-Laid Plans is here. Acrobatics could be a thing, except we're not very... We don't have a lot of energy. Actually, yeah, maybe Pen Nib is the way to go here. Pen Nib for 166. This can definitely be used to kill elites. Pen Nib Akabeko is ridiculous. Have I seen the Spire 2 cards list? Wait, you mean this one? Yes. We're gonna be live commenting on this later today, actually. It is missing some cards. That'll change shortly after the game comes out, though. I guess we can sneak a strike out of the deck at this point. Let's try that. Improve our odds of getting Glass Knife or Dagger Spray turn 1. Speak of the devil. Decent damage. The good news is we're intangible on the multi-hit entirely by accident here. Just want to kill it, I guess. We should have played this earlier, actually. Okay, we can probably just block it. Great. Cool. Let's do that. We have 3 different setup relics, and being a little bit deliberate about them is going to be really helpful here. Okay, you do die next turn, so let's keep 2 attacks. Nice. Task management build, yeah. Skewer Plus, also very good with Pennib, Akabeko, and Bag of Marbles, so I'm going to grab that as well. I think I want to avoid another hallway combat. The name of the relic that gives you a stack of buffer is Fossilized Helix. And we would love to see it. Ooh, do we want apparitions? I don't think we do. No, we have really, really good block scaling, so I don't want apparitions. Although you do kind of want apparitions with the burner. Because you can stack the intangible, but I think in general I don't want apparitions here. Okay, so Glass Knife does 96 damage. And Skewer does even more than that. Really lucky that we got this fight, because now I can perfectly set up Burner and Nib to help me kill this elite. So I just have to be careful not to play Fumes, actually. I do not want to play Fumes here. Oh, another good use of Skewer, by the way. We can play it for 0 to increment the pen nib. The fun little benefits. Why is she so angry, though? Help? Ah! Virtual256, thanks for the Prime sub and 52 months of support. Skewer's going to be instrumental here, isn't it? Get pen nib to 9, but Burner won't be on the right number. Try this. See if we can kill a Skewer here. Perfect. Can't play anything before the Skewer. Okay. Just kill the Skewer. Burner for turn 2. Akabeka for 1. I don't want to be intangible turn 1 for Slavers, because if I draw any attack, which I should be able to do, they just die. Camel Crush, thanks for the Prime sub and 51 months of support. Duplication Potion has got to be better than a Poison Pot. Leg Sweep versus Calculated Gamble. It's really hard to turn down Leg Sweep here. I will be taking a Leg Sweep here. Him to one-shot the Book of Stabbing with Skewer. That'd be sick. That'd be the coolest thing ever. I believe I want to upgrade my glass knife. Is there going to be a longer stream than usual on Thursday? I think that's very likely. Oh, so close. Oh, it's only 120 damage. And unfortunately, DuPont will not do the full damage twice. But do I just kill with DuPont here? I think I maybe do. Because the second one is going to be what? It's just going to be 36 damage, right? The dupe one doesn't get the -2, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure. Not likely enough to draw the skewer. So we do 120 plus 36. That's 156. And these should kill, right? I guess Rampage gets the -2. Should be a kill anyway, right? Because we do... This is 9 and this is 12. So even if we're at -6... Yeah, it'll still be 171. So that should be a kill with DuPont. Let's just do it. Yeah, 171 is my math here. If we DuPont, Glass Knife, Dagger Spray, Strike. Let's do it. Oh, it did get the -2. Okay, yeah, it was 30 and not 36. So it did, in fact, get -2. And then, yes, this is now at 8. Cool. Very nice elite fight. We get Question Card Singing Bowl. That's kind of a non-bow, actually, but whatever. And another Footwork Seer. Without being upgraded, I'm probably just going to skip from hit points right now. Hit points would be good here. And now we have our burner on turn 1. We can go right into the Slaver's fight here. If I want to do that. Or maybe I can reset it here. Going for a combat where I can reset the burner is kind of nice. Take max health. I might rest here as well if I want to fight 2 elites. What about the Burning Elite? That sounds really scary. Especially because I don't have a... Unless one of these is a combat, I don't have a buffer combat to, like, reset my relics into this fight. I guess I don't have one here either. That's okay. Yeah, I'm going to go rest, I think. Yeah, with Blackstar, you do want to take out the Burning Elite earlier. It's true. I'm just not sure that I can. Chests cannot contain potions. That's correct. The boot. The boot. Okay, so we want to set up Pendib if possible. This fight's kind of tough, actually. So we might have a little bit of trouble here. Indeed. Good Swift Potion. Probably better not to. Better to take some damage. We rested for a reason here. Yeah, we rested for a reason here. Captain King Baby, thanks for 4 months of support. And Trendy Kendi with 74. Excited for some novel slaying. Yeah, we just killed the book. The novel has been slayed. Okay, we want to block this turn and kill next turn. Yes, we want to kill next turn. We can do, I think. This does the most damage of any one attack, apparently, so keep that one. Even better. And then we have perfect relic setup, right? 995. Sick. And we have a ghost in a jar, which is extremely useful to hold on to. I'm also tempted by blur here, allowing us to retain block for a turn. This is definitely the kind of deck that likes a blur. So I'm going to take a blur. Oh, nice try, nerd. No attack, though. Well, no good attack, anyway. I think I'm just going to go Fume's Plans here. We're going to hold on to the Pendibaka. That loses the Vuln multiplier, but that's okay. We're going to keep Leg Sweep and I guess one Strike. Do I typically use Ghost to set up a powerful turn or more of a break glass in case of emergency? Typically used only in the event of an emergency. However, ideally held all the way to the heart fight and then used to block the 67 damage in the first cycle of the heart. It's kind of the ideal for it. Keep our best blocks, as we might get attacked for 11 by 3 next turn, and if we are, I just want to full block it. Delona with the Prime sub in 7 months. We are not attacked. Okay. In that case, just skewer. Hold like Dagger Spray Leg Sweep? Yeah, hold Dagger Spray Leg Sweep. Might as well neutralize if I'm not going to hold it. Okay, we do get attacked, along with the minions. That's quite bad, actually. This leader is playing well. What do I do about that? Dagger Spray will not kill the minions, because I didn't upgrade it. Definitely Leg Sweep here. It's always happening. And probably I just play Defend. It's hard to do better than that. Yeah, it's really hard to do better than that. So I guess I'll just take some damage. Again, this is why we rested. I suppose. Okay, we should kill with Skewer next turn. And then we again have Burner on 5 into potential Slavers, which is brilliant. If I'm really lucky, I can set up Pen Nib, but I don't think I'm going to be that lucky. Not quite. Wait, maybe. I can guarantee it, right? We can go Strike in Calculated Gamble, Flying Knee, Strike into Leader. That'll be enough damage, right? Yeah, we only have to do 14. Sick. Get Tingsha and the Toy Ornithopter, which heals us when we use a potion. These are awesome. Tingsha especially. And another backflip, which I'm definitely going to tank. Am I, though? Deflect is here. No, I need more card draw. Is it possible to have too many powers on Defect? Not really. No, not if you have the Mummy Hand Heatsinks earn thing going on. Witty with the 23 months of support. You do have to be a little careful about Awaken One and a little careful about Time Eater with that combo. But often Awaken One just loses to playing all your powers anyway. I maybe actually shouldn't have done that. I don't think I should have done that. Okay, it's just Book of Stepping anyway. But it is doing the nasty thing. Still no slavers is, I think, the good news. Not having Akabeko Pen Nib to do huge damage here does put us in a bit of a predicament, though, which is that this fight has to go on for a few turns. Maybe I'm just meant to gamble. Ooh, what about Swift Potion into gamble? We do a lot of damage with that, and I can find something juicy. And I should definitely be aggro with my potions right now. Yeah, let's just find a good attack. Ideally, yeah, Glass Knife. I'm gonna say. Would have loved to do Glass Knife and Leg Sweep here. Maybe I can. No, there's Skewer. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to go Survivor Defend. I don't want to draw my powers right now. Next turn is like Leg Sweep Plans or Leg Sweep Fumes. All in all, not a very good draw order here. I would say we're in a bit of danger. Thankfully, we have the Ghost, which I can use if this gets out of control. Feels like I have to play the Fumes here. Over the Plans. That feels awkward. This fight will be out of control very quickly here. Yeah, now I can't retain Skewer, though, right? Should have played it, though. Okay, plans are back. I think next turn I have to Ghost, and then the turn after that I have Incense Burner, so we're actually okay. Yeah, we should be okay. We do lose the Ghost, though, but that's fine. We're Black Star. Use the thing to kill the elite. Sounds fine to me. But yeah, 5x6 is not something I'm blocking without the help of the Ghost here. As you can probably see. In fact, I'm still going to take one here. Gambling Ship, Captain's Wheel. Very nice relics. Gambling Ship especially here. Double is here. What is the champ solution here? We footwork up and then slowly kill him. I need health. Pretty badly at the moment. This is not health. I can't. Oh, I was 1 gold off with the Apoth. Ah, heck. I thought I could buy that still. We could do Power Pot card remove. That's pretty good. The rounding got me. Yeah, Power Pot card remove is pretty good. Use the Power Pot to help with Champ. We have 26 health into Champ. I'm going to have to hope that's enough health. I need an upgrade here. We have to upgrade Footwork, I think. Yeah, I really want to upgrade Footwork here. Do I think Apps would have been better? Or do you mean would Apotheosis have been better? Potentially, actually. It would have been better in a Champ. Which is part of the current concern. Lucas with the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Never upgrade Gamba because of the Tingsha. I don't think so. Not yet. We do want to upgrade this soon, though. But I think I need more output from the powers at the moment. Ding, ding. All right, Power Potion, what do you do? Another Footwork. Okay, that'll help a lot. Good. Let's go Plans, Footwork, Leg Sweep. Keep Footwork Backflip. He's also playing Footwork. That's fine. You can do that all you want, buddy. Do I want to play any attacks? That's a good question. Stoop to go. Thanks for the Prime sub and 30 months of support. Like, do I keep Akabeko all the way into phase 2? Is my question. It's gonna take a while. Maybe I don't want to do that. I at least want to keep Glass Knife intact. But I don't want him to start buffing strength, right? That would be kind of bad. Yeah, he's already doing it. That's very bad. Okay, now we want to bring him below half health in 2 turns. Yeah, not this turn, not next turn, but the turn after. Keep Glass Knife to help me do that. 440 is that? Oh my god, he buffed again. Oh no. What a jerk. Wow. That is rude. Okay, currently he goes to... No, 220 is half, yeah. Get him down. Oh, Lord, he buffing. He certainly is buffing. We are certainly scared of it. I think he's going to kill me. I think I lose this fight because he buffed twice. We absolutely don't have an answer to this. Like, we stop execute with Incense Burner, but then he swings for like 50 damage on the following turn, and I die. Yeah, we got outplayed here. Big time. Although I can do a hell of a skewer here. That's going to help. Yeah, we get the best possible skewer. It's got to count for something, right? $80 damage. Still shuffles out my blocks. Ugh. $38. Okay, this is good, actually. This strength buff is inconsequential because he's already doing so much damage, so now we can blur. Should have blurred before I backflipped. That's alright. And maybe Flying Knee here. So maybe we're fine? Oh, that's it? Oh, you were not vulnerable. Whatever. Get wrecked, nerd. Wait, how is that it? 50? I block 50 all day. Make it 60. And then if he does that again, we're intangible. You call that a weapon? Yeah, we're kind of seeing our core strategy in play here, which is that we just don't die. So therefore we win. By virtue of not being... Oh, ow. Wait, am I dead? Wait, that number's huge now. 29 plus 19. No, that lives, right? Yes. Sherakan, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Koozie Sub Club. Just confirming I cannot kill him with my attacks. No, I can't do enough damage. Weak Pot gives me 5 health, but he's already weak, chat. This does not reduce his damage. The good news is I live on 1 health. 51 by 2. That's what I was afraid of. 51 by 2 is a huge number. Hello? But now we win. That's nice. Bye-bye. Yeah, Incense showing us why it's the best relic. We don't win that fight without it, that's for sure. Adrenaline, Burst, and Malaise are all quite good. This does really feel like an Adrenaline deck at the moment. We want more acceleration. I'll take Adren here. Pyramid is here. Pyramid is very hard to ignore. My other option is Sozu. Ew. No energy is going to be tough, though. Yeah, deck really wants energy here. Is Choker bad? Maybe it's not. We're not actually playing that many cards, right? No, we're not. Yeah, we are not playing that many cards. I'll take Choker here. We'll happily take Choker. And we have to start out here. One of these two paths. They both go to the same spot, though. Yeah, Choker seems okay until it isn't. Just don't take the cards that make it bad, is the theory, anyway. Practice is maybe tougher than that. Don't need fumes yet in this fight. I want to use a potion for healing anyway. I'm going to attack pot right now, actually. Giga. Okay, we'll keep that on 9 for the future. Get spiked, nerd. Guess I'll set up Ink Bottle too, huh? If I'd pick the Pyramid, would I remove well-laid plans over a strike? Probably. Yeah, probably. Okay, Burst is a little awkward with Choker, but I will take it in its unupgraded form here. I'll do it. Seems pretty strong. I definitely want one more fight before that Burning Elite so we can set up our numbers correctly. And I definitely want a Piercing Well. This is plus. Tuner with a tier 2 sub in 2 months. Two-tacular. Poi Reppy, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Okay, I'm going to skip the card potion as well. Andrew with a Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, there's the Dagger Spray. Dagger Spray would kill them all. I definitely don't want to do that right now, though. We got to set up here. Does anyone have a time machine? I think the Time Eater has one, but he never liked you. Two more days. So close. So very close. Noodly with the Prime sub and 8 months of support. Did I hear about the Gourmand with a time machine? They used it to go back 4 seconds. Love that one. Okay, now we have to get the turn counter set up correctly. This could be a little tricky. We want it on 4. One more card. Shapes the least interesting encounter of this game. I feel like Spire growth is for me personally anyway. Not a big fan of that one. Oh yeah, and I want Pinnabon 8 as well. Didn't think of that all the way through now, did I? Okay, Pinnabon... yeah, I'm one short on that. Oh well, I guess. Leave the burner set up correctly. That's what really matters. Reflex Plus looks pretty dang good here. It's something we can discard to draw. This does not count as a card play, and therefore does not interfere with the Velvet Choker. And I can gain 333 gold with the membership card by sacrificing our golden idol. You better believe I'm going to do that. Hell yeah. I'm rich. Rich beyond measure. Give me a shop right now. Ranwid is not a shop. Unfortunately. He's charging an egregious amount of money for that relic. I'll probably just give him the weak potion. Had we taken the pyramid, I would have gotten rid of well-laid plans, but... Yeah. Yeah, 280 gold for a relic? I don't think so, buddy. I'm going to give you the weak pot. Okay, that was worth it. Thanks for the boat thing. Yeah, that money can buy us way more stuff. We can buy 2 relics for the same price. That's why you always take the Amid. True. True. I have to beat the elite. I think it's time to upgrade Gamble. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, good news is it's not Reptomancer. Wait, is that good news? I'm not even sure, actually. Okay, it's a pretty good turn 1, at least. Let's burst backflip so I can draw these footworks. You have 5 burns so far. No more burns yet, though. Okay. Feeling pretty safe at the moment. Okay, there's the big hit. Totally blockable is the good news. I can do damage by discarding. You. Really good damage. Just have to survive one more turn. And we're intangible for it, so we definitely do. Does go for the big swing, though. Would have been tricky without the burner. Burner again proving it's the best relic ever. Kunai, GG. This can give us deck scaling, although not very much deck scaling because of the limitation of the choker. At most, really, 1 per turn. But 1 per turn can still be quite good. Especially if you have a Deflect Plus in your deck, which we now do. Do I prefer Burner or Helix? I think Burner is better. Because of your ability to control when it happens during a fight. Concentrate can do things with Skewers, kind of cute. Damn Dirty Gamer with the Prime sub in 3 months. 2 days left. Yeah, Secret Toxic Egg on the screen. That's kind of cool. No. Is Burner better than Bottled Apotheosis? It certainly can be. Wouldn't say it necessarily always is, but it certainly can be. Seven twice will kill. So we can go plans. Blur Skewer? That sounds reasonable. Gamble? Sure. Sneak some damage in. Once we get this to a 1-on-1, we can hopefully set up Burner for Repto. Do I have a favorite relic? My favorite relic overall has got to be Pyramid. The Runic Pyramid. It's too fun. Too fun to be able to retain everything and just make all sorts of silly combos work. So I do love Pyramid. Play neutralize there. Okay, we'd like to win next turn. With Nib on 9. Seems very doable with 12 health. Yes, we can. Four, 5, 6. So we get as much ink bottle as possible. We have Burner on 4 in case this is Reptomancer. If it's Giant Head, what do I do? Don't die is the short answer. Can I take an Expertise Plus? I don't think I want that. Second Whale seems alright. If it's Giant Head, though, we are in a little trouble here. It's not Giant Head. Good. Great. Wait. I did all this setup for nothing? Damn it. You know, I'm not going to be upset about that. I'm not going to be upset about that. That's great. Flechette's Plus is here. That card's pretty sweet. I will take a Flechette's Plus. I guess I wouldn't call that nothing. True, actually. Now we hit the shop, and boy, howdy, is that shop nice. We see Panagraph, we see Mango, we see Wraith Form, we see Terror, we see Gamble Potion. I'm definitely buying Gamble Potion. Toolbox if I want another card on turn 1. Remove a strike is pretty good. Definitely want to lose the last couple strikes in this deck. Is Trip better than Terror? I don't think so. I don't want to keep drawing Trip. We do get money back for buying cards. True. I'll buy both of those. I don't think I want the toolbox here. Yeah, I want Strike Remove and I want Terror, I think. Okay, so we still have a good amount of money. We can recall and then upgrade the other footwork. Ghost? Oh, this? The Wraith Form's a bit weird here. It can buy me more time in the heart fight. It's kind of dead weight otherwise, though. I really don't want to play it in most fights. Because we're trying to make the combats last for a really long time. And I should take a combat here, yeah? I think so. Try to get a potion. Yeah, if we'd grabbed Apparitions, it would be a lot better. That's true. Three's enough, right? Cool. And I shouldn't need to set up my pen nib for Time Eater. That should be kind of redundant. Mostly want to set up Burner, potentially. I think Burner on 4 is probably my best bet to deal with Tim. I hear that Silent was arrested for raiding chicken coops. She awaits trial for her egg sweep. Excellent pun. Most excellent. Okay, we'll take these into the Time Eater fight. We do get a potion. We do get another backflip as well. We will take backflip. I could also take Slice if I want to try to kunai more. But I honestly think backflip will also help me kunai more, so I'll take backflip here. Nude Wookie with a Prime sub in 9 months. Thank you, thank you. Yep, and this is exactly what I was afraid of. The main reason I wanted turn 2 intangible against Time Eater is A, that's the only turn we don't have block from our boat relics. And B, what if we get debuffed on turn 1? And we do have the answer now, which is just be intangible. Great. In that case, I'm going to look at as many cards as possible to try to get more powers down. Beautiful. Look at that. All powers and the terror. That's pretty clean. Well, except for Caltrops. One more power to go. And there they are. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, yeah. Try to get... Now we want to try to kunai where possible. Here is possible. Yeah, that's good. That's actually quite a lot of damage. Like a little bit. And then ideally we can play one of these piercing whales to reset Timbo's strength here. Perfect. And I'm intangible next turn. Bonus. So back to 0 strength for you. I guess I just block this turn. It's kind of weak. All right, then. Great, we can pen nib this. Or this. No, this is better, right? This is better. Would I prefer Spire 2 kept, quote, bugs like the whale trick? I would prefer less ambiguity in general. I don't expect that there will be none, though. I'm sure there'll be weird interactions like this that are either unpreventable or hard to foresee. That's totally okay. I don't think I have a command for the whale trick. Kind of nice if I did, though. Alright, looks like we clobbered Tim without too much trouble here. I say that, and the next turn looks kind of spooky, actually. He's multi-hit. Never mind. I'm immune to damage. I forgot that I'm invincible. Being invincible is good here. I guess let's just set up the nib. Let's keep neutralize, actually. Look for dagger spray here. Perfect. Caw, they said. Okay, let's go. Plans, footwork, blur. This is another fight where we can use Piercing Wail to remove some strength, which can be quite nice. I am going to be playing a lot of footworks. We can also use the kunai to our advantage here. Although, again, realistically, only 1 dex per turn, if that. Do I hope that healing cards are removed in Spire 2? I think that'd be the easiest way to do it. I don't want healing to not be a thing in Spire 2, but I do kind of want to avoid situations where the player wants to just sit around and try to maximize healing in a prolonged fight. And I actually don't see how you would do that without removing all the cards that heal. But I kind of expect there still will be cards that heal. We'll see. Avoiding toxic play patterns. I like that description. Okay, we're almost through phase 1. As you can see, our health is completely fine here. Didn't have to play all the powers. I made a Spire 2 wish list? I can't say that I have anything like that. Spire 2 wish list. Dear Mega Crit, please leave a bludgeon under my pillow. For Spiremus. Thanks. Okay, I didn't play the Piercing Wail. I probably should have. I was more focused on getting Burner set up correctly here. That's fine. We have enough decks. It's not going to matter. The power. More the power. This is also a power. Okay, look at that. We're chunking through. Just got to be careful to set up Burner to 4. Guess that could take a while. Probably have to go all the way around. I'm not going to get a kill in 2 turns. Let's try to get a kill in 8 turns here. It's kind of a spooky draw. Health is gradually going down. Great. Few more turns till we want to kill. And Nib is ready. Can I get the burner set up without spoiling this pen nib? I don't think that I can. Pen nib Akabeko is really good for the elites fight, is the thing here. Tricky. Very tricky. I'm pretty sure I have to play this. First 3 cards you see are upgraded. The first treasure chest you open is empty. I think that's pretty good, honestly. That's trading a maybe something useful in your relic reward to something that is definitely useful. So I do like making that trade. Just got to kill with Burst Gamble. That's the way. Yeah, we have to use it. Okay, I'll just take the burner setup, I suppose. How's it going? A friendly dino. Finally cleared your first 820 heart run as Defect. Well done, well done. Two thump, two thump, two thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this dexterity? You deal 2135. A good year. Power now for punishment later is normally worth it. Yes, because if you're strong enough, you just avoid the punishment. All of these feats. Leg sweep upgrade's pretty good too. I'm going to upgrade Trops though. Ghost in a Jar is getting purchased. Does Spoon do anything here? Let's see, full video linked to the intangible thing. Let's see, 1006? No, 1001. No, that's just an image. Wait, we can use the date of that. May 18, 2024. Yeah, somewhere on the website you can find the run history for that, and that should have a link to the video. Alright, lose another strike is quite important. Does Spoon work on ethereal cards? No. Only cards that exhaust when they are played. So in this case, Adrenaline and the Terror and both Piercing Whales. And if I want another Piercing Whale, I can just buy one. Take another Whale. Maybe another Leg Sweep? Take another Leg Sweep. Now I feel... And another Fumes? Yeah, and another Fumes. Just gear up with stuff. No well-laid plans. Sad. If I'm intangible next turn, I want this one dead first, I think. Oh no, the ink bottle. You traitor. No. Oh no, Trader Bottle strikes again. That is tough. Dinky Trader. Blur Defend isn't that bad, I guess. It's kind of wasting our turn, though. Although that lets me focus on doing damage next turn. I can do quite a bit. Okay, let's Blur Defend here. 15 block. Get the fumes down. Yeah, double fumes here. Okay. Unfortunately, it looks to be gamble time. Although maybe I should just take some damage. There's our plans. Okay, now we're fine. Yeah, now we're fine. Whale gamble for next turn. Let's go and mishap manage. Yeah, we're going to do some annotations later today on stream, actually, for the untapped.gg website. Checking out some of the revealed Spire 2 cards and all that. Should be a good time. I'd really like to get Caltrops down. Sweet. Keep backflip, flechettes for next turn. Actually, no. Next turn, keep backflip, leg sweep. What are my plans for co-op and Spire 2 as of now? My initial plan is to focus on the single-player content initially. I want to at least, like, win with every character one time and see all the cards one time before I do any multiplayer, I think. This is fine. Gotta be careful not to kill Spire too soon here. Maybe I didn't want Caltrops. Yeah, you're dead on... Oh, crap. Are you gonna die next turn? Let's see. You take 31 plus 25-ish. No, it looks like you're not dead next turn. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because it was never attacking on this turn. Okay, burner on 3 I can live with. Burner on 3 is perfectly acceptable. Yeah, we always have Ghost Pot if we need it. Bottled Lightning and Ninja Scroll. I don't think I want Ninja Scroll despite the kunai. Because of the choker. I want Backflip Plus. I might want Bouncing Flask. I think I just want Backflip Plus. Yeah, give me Backflip Plus. And no, I don't want Ninja Scroll. What I want is Bottled... Bottled something I'm going to discard? Bottled Defend? And discard it? Or I could keep Gamble in hand. Gamble's pretty good too. Yeah, let's Bottle Gamble. Gamble is perfectly good here. Bottle Tactician. Wait, no, that was actually the correct answer. Or Bottle Reflex, rather. We draw it on turn 1 anyway, so that's good news. And I can do some pretty big damage here. $120 damage flechettes. Then I can gamble. Let's gamble. Hoping to get one more power down, but looks like not happening. In which case, I'll just play Flying Knee and get 1 energy next turn. Seems fine. Unfortunately, we don't get to retain anything yet. Okay, it is multi-hit first. We do draw a Piercing Wail. I guess we just do that. I can even burst Blur here, which does something. Last card. I don't want to play Backflip because if I draw plans, I can't play the plans. We should just neutralize. Quick Slash still getting in there. Quick Slash has been good this run. This has been one of the better Quick Slashes. Quite, huh? Okay. I'm not going to upgrade this Fumes. Okay, feeling very secure with 6 decks and 5 Fumes and 5 Thorns and 2 Well-Aid plans and full health and a Ghost in a Jar. It's kind of hard for things to go wrong here. I might just upgrade this hand to get 5 upgraded blocks here. I think that's probably our best bet. Most everything else is upgraded. Yeah, let's upgrade this. Burst Leg Sweep. Unfortunately, we can't weaken with Leg Sweep because of the artifact. But I do take some damage here. I actually think I'd rather Burst Blur. That is not going to full block. Okay. We should be able to Kunai on this turn. Good. Hello? Okay, good. Get some good damage in, too. I'm going to keep Deflect Whale. I'm going to keep Deflect Whale. Okay, I'm going to whale this. We can whale the next multi-hit, and then we should win after that. Should win after that. I'm going to backflip first. We can Flechettes. Big damage Flechettes. Sweets. I'm going to hold on to this whale just in case I can't draw back to it. Oh, I'm immune anyway. Next turn. Unique Syntax with 11 months. We actually decisively win this fight then. No need to overcomplicate it. Imagine Eve being able to deflect whales. GG, Mr. Hart. Another 120 damage Flechettes for the win. So we actually did 240 Flechettes damage just from 2 casts. Actually, a lot of the damage to Hart was Flechettes there. GG. G freaking G. And then a lot of it was Caltrops, too, in that fight. Be free, my ghostly friends. Be free. Oh, yeah. Get out of here, nerd. 29-85 for the final score. A delightful run with Choker at its center. That was cool. That was cool. Remember almost dying? Oh, yeah, we went to 1 health against Champ, right? Keep having to rest in Act 1 on Ascension 18 Watcher. Remove Defends is my first tip, I think. If you have a solid damage plan in Act 1, you should be able to clear most encounters before they hurt you. Hey there, Spork Revolution. Today's YouTube vid is moved to later in the week so that it can be a Spire 2 vid. If Flechette's comes back in Spire 2, I think it'd be plenty good. As it is. Doesn't need any changes. Spire sleeps and so shall I. Other advice for High Ascension Watcher, maybe avoid powers in Act 1. You can get away with Foresight. Rushdown is not very good in Act 1. It definitely can be a way to go infinite, but you do have to be able to navigate Act 1 successfully while getting towards that infinite, so it's not always your best bet, actually. Then I get a Spire 2 streamer box. Yes, I sure did. Yes, I cannot open this until Spire 2 releases, but there is a box of unknown waiting for me. It could be anything. It could be anything. I'm famous. And being famous on the internet, it's a cool thing. What's in the box? 10 random cards, hopefully. I'm supposed to come to your house and said, oh, my bad, Steve with a B. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. No take backsies. Could even be another box. Actually, this box was inside of a bigger box. I will admit. That box had my name on it, so that box is not allowed. The boxception. There could be the chosen cheese in there. It could give me a curse and 3 random relics. I might be literally personally cursed by the bell. That could be my fate. There's a still beating heart. Shooting. That would explain why the box is leaking blood everywhere. Query App says, since the existence of Knob in Spire 1 totally changes how you need to draft early, do I think it's even possible to evaluate Spire 2 cards without knowing what the Knob is going to be? Not exactly, no. The enemies truly define like how good all of the cards are. So in order to know how good anything is, we kind of need to know what the enemies are going to be. But I think we can make some reasonable inferences. And so we can hypothesize. But yeah, if we evaluate cards for Spire 2, we are going to have to go back and reevaluate them once we actually have the knowledge. But part of the fun is trying to think about cards before we know their full context. Next up, let's see. I think it's going to be Defect time. I would love to do a Defect run. What time does Spire 2 unlock on Thursday? It's supposed to be 1 p.m. Eastern, so 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time in the U.S. here. Chat says 18 o'clock UTC. Pheramo with 3 months. It's Defect time. Before we jump into this run, Twitch chat, I do need a break. Gonna refill the leg, stretch the water. I'll be back in a few minutes for some Spire. BRB. All right, chat, I'm back, and I see that you're all sending the bot into an existential crisis. Actually, you're just copy-pasting it directly. What have you done? What have you all done? Welcome back, everybody. Greetings, choose, says the whale. We are kind of forced into an elite here. There's no way around these. There is an early shop. There is not that many elites. There is a Hexaghost. I'm definitely thinking about boss swapping here. I guess you could go Common Relic, too. Common Relic is perfectly fine here, actually. Is it strong enough? Not sure. Could go for a rare relic and try to remove the curse. That could work out. Although, looking at the paths, I'd probably rather buy a potion here. If I'm going to that shop. I'm going to try Common Relic. Free boss swap that I don't take is Pandora's? Wait, you're right. What if it's Pandora's? Clautros, thanks for the Prime sub. Oh yeah, let's do a gamble. I did want to do a prediction for this run. Will the Defect prevail over... No, not Gale Guy. The Spire. My chat is not cooperating. One sec. Do this in the web browser. Actually, Faley, if you could do it, that'd be great. My OBS is not cooperating. Doesn't want to do it. How's it going, the Amphibian? Best way to support while still being a lurker. If you're watching on YouTube, then that is definitely one way to help. I think YouTube, yeah, YouTube is the best platform for that, actually. If you just want to provide passive views without clicking any buttons or spending any money, then just watching the YouTube vids is awesome work. So thank you. Allegonian says, I got a job making Dracula dolls. You just had one coworker and tons of orders, so you had to make every second count. No refunds. Okay, let's do the boss swap thing. Let's see what happens. And Pen, thanks for 63 months. I don't know the specifics on like how beneficial a YouTube Premium watcher is versus a non-YouTube Premium watcher. I feel like at least the advertised value of Premium is that it's just as good, if not better, for the streamer. Oh, we get an Astrolabe swap. I'm happy with that. Do I enjoy Strike Remove or Cool-Headed Upgrade more? I would say Strike Remove. You get more information with the removal than with the Draw Upgrade. Up front. You don't know what the card you're going to draw is until you play the Draw 2, but you can know right away that you didn't draw the Strike, for example. Achieved Germ, thanks for the Prime sub and 7 months of support. Is this 3 strike transform? It might be. Am I bold enough to do that with a Forced Elite? Maybe 2 strikes, 1 defense. Or dual cast. What if I got rid of dual cast? No, let's do 1 defend. Holy cards. Seek plus. Vision plus. Rip and Tear plus. This does more damage than both the strikes we removed. So we actually have more damage than we started with. We're going to need some orb-generating cards quickly, though. Looks like we probably get to go 3 elites here. Guess I'll take an early shot, then. It's time for orb. Nice. Orb? That's not the orb I wanted, but what if it's good? Huh. That is not the orb I wanted. Let's try it. Ponder the orb. Wait, no, not like that. No. The power? That's fine, actually. We just block. Then seek for strike. Power pod. And powers. Blizzard is here. It's perhaps the worst blizzard I've ever seen. So it's either loop or capacitor. We don't have the orbs yet. I take loop here. Loop is perfectly takeable. Can't afford the Apo compile driver, though. Now we're starting to cook. Yes, compile driver is awesome here. And I might genuinely remove the dual cast now. You can also buy Tempest. Tempest is a good payoff, actually, for the fission. Yeah, Tempest is pretty good here. Double Dot, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Why get rid of dual cast over strike? Because the dual cast gets rid of orbs that I want to draw with or use fission on. So it's kind of worse than strike here. We are ahead on removes. I love being even more ahead, though. I don't feel like I need this Tempest. Well, maybe I do. For that elite, right? I'd rather just buy the attack potion, right? Yeah, if I was going to do anything, I'd rather buy the attack potion. I don't even feel like I need that. I'm going to remove dual cast. Okay, we get a bonus combat. Everything's great. Oh yeah, second compile. Okay, now the deck is going to be really, really, really good. Actually. Although we do want to take one more fight before the elite, just to be sure that we have enough damage output. Ow. All of my block. Please don't attack again. Dang it. Ow. Ow. Drop pile is not great either, huh? 21. Can do 21. All right. Yeah, I was afraid of that. We do get... No, that's only 19. No, I'm bad at math. Crap. Double crap. Wow. Kind of screwed here. This has gone as bad as possible, and now I'm going to die. Never lucky. Okay, so we take 30 plus damage in this fight. Ugh. Dead. Yeah, we're just dead. Wow, that was such a crap slime fight. Damn it. Actually, wait. If I double the rebound and then rebound the rip and tear, we might have it. Yes, that'll do it, actually. Okay, hold on. Don't panic yet, chat. Morale is low, but we can yet win. Okay. I wish I could take this force field and have it be good. It's not good, though. It's not good yet. Maybe it is good later. Screw it. Give it to me. And then I'm going to go here. Perfect. Not perfect. Do I need to seek Zap? Tempted. Okay, 5 energy per turn is where it's at. Force field is here. I think we go defend, defend, rip, though. Take 10. On 2. Play Zap, play Fission. How much damage can I do here, actually? We can rebound, rip and tear, compile driver, rip and tear. That's actually a kill. That's pretty good. We get a bag of prep and a regen potion. Those are pretty good. We get an electrodynamics. That's pretty good, too. Or a storm or a third compile, but I think it's electro here. And 1 strength, which we will happily take. I might go to the shop, but I might just fight a third elite here, actually. If I want to fight a third elite, I should probably go this way. Get some fights before the elite. Who stole all the frost cards? Me. It was I. Oh. Find loot? Oh, easy game. I am so out of here. I am not fighting these guys. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm just going to take my free relic and leave. Thanks. Brutal. Oh, brutal. Trummy Seek? No. Freaking ouch. This fight is too short to use the regen potion. It's not going to work. Right, like, he's just dead. There's the Frost, though. Honestly, Leap is pretty good, too, but I want Frost here. And we'll lose the Ancient Pot for a colorless pot into this fight. This one we can use the regen potion in. Assuming I live, which is a big assumption. Double Sneaky Gremlin. How do we do it? Looks like we start with Zap Fusion. Fission, right? Fusion Fission is a fun combo. Then we get 5 energy back. No, 4 energy back. Okay, cool. Then do I Rip and Tear? No, we don't need to rip and tear. We can guaranteed kill both sneakies and then defend, which is what we should do. I can rebound defend, too. Okay, actually a free fight then. Let's regen. And now we're completely safe, so we can always get all the regen. And we get another regen potion. How nice. Health go up. And another compile driver. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yes. I will take third compile driver. Sick. Seek for what? Like electro-fission? Go zap electro-fission? Yeah, we should play Fission on turn 1. Could also seek for Fusion Fission. But I think I want Electro Fission instead. Is Zap now a good upgrade? I would say it probably is. And this isn't a very good draw. I can't rebound the Rip and Tear. I'm going to use the Colorless Potion too. Get some free damage here. Cool. We get Bronze Scales. Good into Hexaghost. Cold Snap makes for more Frost. Beam Cell looking actually very strong here too. Beam Cell. Beam Cell's good. Give me a Beam Cell. Not again. Help. Help, it's him. The jerk. Not this time, jerk. Okay, powers we like. I'm down for White Noise or Machine Learning. Honestly, we could even take Static Discharge into Hexaghost, but I think I want White Noise. Yeah, Data Disc saved me a lot of health there. That was almost kind of close. Take a White Noise. Scaling. And another way to make Force Field cheaper. I like the Beam Cell upgrade. I like the Electro upgrade. I like the Zap upgrade. I like the Fusion upgrade a lot. Give me the Fusion upgrade. Ideally, we get to sit on 3 orb types most of the time. Okay, definitely get that in play. Ow. Okay. Take a little bit too much damage here. I think maybe I need a regen potion. We're kind of safe, though, aren't we? Go to 10. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just be safe. Times to attack next turn, so I want to rebound the force field, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Really good damage output. Yeah, it looks like we did, in fact, not need the regen potion. I kind of thought we didn't. But I did want to be safe. Very clean fight. We get offered another fission or a buffer. Buffer looking pretty good here. Yet another power to make force field free with. Yeah, very cycling heavy deck with a triple compile driver and lots of removes. I'd love to get rid of more strikes, and we have good reason to go to shops too. So let's take a buffer here. You could also use multicast there. Pandora's box is here. It's only 5 transforms, and yet I'm oddly tempted. Otherwise, what? Hammer? Why don't we just take the P-Box? Let's see what happens. Garbage is what we get. Total garbage. The deck is a lot worse now. Except for the chaos. But yeah, that was bad. It was very bad. Now what? Now I go to these 2 shops, probably. Good luck to us. Bird Nerds first up. They shouldn't be too hard. The only problem is I don't have any way to block. Really at all. Unfortunately. Quite troublesome. You're just gonna die, right? Okay, so I can go Beam Cell, Streamline here, and then Force Field. And we win. Not too bad. A block card. My god, the power. Get in here, block card. Merchant is pretty cool. Merchant offering me orange pellets. Merchant offering me more compile drivers. Merchant offering me... Wait, Bottled Seek. Hold on. Wait, no. I just buy the Bottled Seek, right? That seems kind of good. That seems kind of really good. Maybe a little too good. Go loop white noise. Nice. Any loopers? 2 new keepers and Dome Keeper. That's cool. Pleasantly surprised that Dome Keeper has continued to get updates. I guess I'm not buffering here. It only blocks 2. Here we go. The power. The frost. Just go rebound, streamline. Yeah, we did see a recycle earlier. I'd love to get another one. Recursion is also the sort of thing that can break the game here. I'm going to take that. Recursion plus to recycle our plasma for free. is pretty good. What about a giant book? I do have a 2-cost attack, and I do have Duvu Doll, huh? I guess I want to click on this. Sure. Yeah, give me a book. It's just Nilri's lame. Boo. Sad. Just Nilri's. Do we Electro Loop? Electro Bullseye? I think Electro Loop. Means I don't want to play the other card. I guess I'll just Seek Ascender's Bane. Force Surge can definitely help here. Make us not get vulnerable, potentially. Like this bird to die. I have to play the Zap, huh? We can do Fusion Zap. No buffer then. That's sad. Can't tell if this is going well or not. I think it's going pretty well. Yeah, I think we're doing great. Does Recursion do me any good here? Not really, right? Wait, this does huge damage. Hold on. Hello? Giga? Wait a second, that card's good? Hold on, that can't be right. And we're offered Greg, which I can always seek on turn 1 with Bag of Prep. That is pretty good. Yeah, I should probably seek Greg. Good old Gregory. I almost want to upgrade that over the Recursion. There's so many good things to upgrade here. But I'm going to upgrade Recursion. Reginald. Reginald. Okay, we got Electro turn 1. This is great news. Greg will be +3 energy if I seek him. I guess I want to seek Greg Fission. Yeah, seek for Greg Fission. We go Electro. Rebound the Zap. Compile Driver into Zap. Do 36 AoE, yeah. Compile Driver into Zap. Play the Zap. Play the Fission. He's dead. That's it, though, huh? Okay, we buffer, take 7. That's pretty good. Give me Streamline, because it kills this guy outright, yeah? I've already got one, but I'd like another one. And yet I didn't draw anything. Good enough, I guess. A claw. Deck full of hot nonsense? It certainly is. Yeah, it certainly is. Sometimes it's good. Did really good in that fight. Didn't take very much damage. There it is. The Recycle's back. Get in here, Recycle. Okay. That should actually let us go infinite. Properly like. I'm going to upgrade that right away. Yeah, but where are the holograms? We did pass one of those earlier, too. Wait, I have no money. What happened? My money. Oh, money. Great, we have money again. Will I play the new character first in Spire 2? I am likely to play whichever character is unlocked at the start in Spire 2. I don't have a secret code that's going to unlock all the characters for me, so whatever the devs decide is allowed at the start is what I'm limited to. Could heal twice, actually. It's not bad. Wait, what? Another treasure chest? It's with no money this time. Unceasing Top is here. Unceasing Top is extremely funny. So I guess that's probably a good enough reason, yeah? I'll take it. And maybe go to this event. Fight this elite. Yes. There could be a game code in the mystery box. That's actually entirely possible. That is entirely possible. I'll be checking my email this morning, the morning of, too. Force field upgrade does not lower the cost, just makes it block 4 more. I like the white noise upgrade. I like the aggregate upgrade. I like the buffer upgrade. Buffer in particular looking pretty tempting here. Let's upgrade buffer. Snack. Rainbow looks good. Rainbow sets up the compiles perfectly. And evokes our plasma right away for more energy. I like that. Yeah, this is a good turn. Go bullseye. Zap fission. Then we can go electro rainbow. Rip and tear. Do big damage. Oh, the unceasing top. I'm dumb. Unceasing top with Snecko is definitely not what I was expecting there. That caught me off guard. Echo Form would be tempting if the enemy didn't have 38 health. I'll take a rainbow. Dupot is here. I don't need to know stinky turbo in this deck. This deck's doing better stuff than turbo. Hell yeah. Membership card, huh? Membership card with meal ticket is tempting. I might just want to remove a card, though. I think it is just remove. That's really the only thing I want from my shops is removals. Blizzard is definitely the worst card. So we're going to dunk Blizzard here. Jamloosh with the Prime sub in 24 months. Thank you, thank you. What do you make? Dark Orb. Okay, we can loop that right away. And I guess I probably want a buffer to block this turn. I guess so. Take a seek here. Where do I find that most of my runs end early? Like, where in the early game am I dying? Sometimes to Slime Boss. Very rarely to an Act 1 Elite. That doesn't seem to be happening too much. Slime Boss has got me a bit, though. And then Act 2, of course, is quite tough as well. All right, I'm going to delete Rip and Tear. I'm going to draw a random card with Unceasing Top. Hey, look at that. Full block. Okay, good work. Good work, Unceasing Top. Don't take these. Okay, hold. Things are happening. Cool. Do I think this run can get the zero-cost top rebound infinite? That is part of the reason I took this, actually. Because we have the rebound in the top, so yeah, I do want to do that. It looks... The other thing I'm hoping I can do is exhaust the deck down to just recursion, recycle, and force field. And win that way. I think that'd be very funny as well. Set is here. Fruit Juice is here. Oh, there's the second rebound. We need 2 rebounds. So I am obliged to take this. And we have Bottled Seek too, right? So I think it's actually quite likely to be able to pull it off. Hell yeah, take this rebound. And then... I think I'm going to discard the Focus Potion. To get the Fruit Juice. Champ we can beat by going infinite. Mammoth Jamis, thanks for the tier 1 sub, the 10 gifted subs, excuse me. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. Lots of good upgrades here. White Noise is good, Cool Head is good, Chaos is good, Loop is good. How do the rebounds end up being energy neutral? That's the part we're missing. Madness is the easiest way. But yeah, we are missing a piece to actually do that. I think I want to upgrade Loop. Choices. Okay, very good turn 1 from the looks of it. Give me Fusion... And Greg, I guess? Sure. Okay, rebound the recycle. Brought 2. Oddly familiar. Rebound the recycle. Don't play the fission yet. Do I think the devs plan to include Defect from the start? I think they did. They probably just didn't... They weren't sure about how they wanted Defect to be yet. So, like, we see, for example, the Defect got a visual redesign. I think that was probably part of it, as they were figuring out what they wanted the Defect to look like. So I think the plan was always from the very beginning that Defect was going to be included. They just weren't sure if it was going to be on launch day or not. It's just my guess, though. Might as well play the bullseye. No reason not to, right? Okay, the infinite is getting closer. Still kind of a ways away, though. Oh. Take a skim. Skim should speed this up. In fact, I will rebound the skim. Yeah, you can see this gets very silly very fast, right? Go zap, recursion, compile. Compile again. Keep recycling stuff. Can lose rebound again. Compiling. Recycle, zap. Compile. Recycle, compile. Compile. Recycle, skim. Compile. Recycle. Tool-headed. Compile. Recycle fusion. Compile. Recycle compile driver. Here we go. We're not actually infinite until next turn, I think. Wait, maybe we are anyway. No, not yet, because of the weirdity we're going to get here. Eventually, I'm going to get stuck with recycle in hand with stuff I don't want to delete yet. Yeah, this is the way. Okay, skip. And then on this turn, we recycle the compile driver. And then... couldn't I have just played recycle last? I guess I maybe could have, right? Now we just play cards infinitely. Yeah, I might have been able to do that last turn, actually. This is much funnier, I agree. Antwalk, thanks for the Prime sub and the 40 months of support. And yeah, if we didn't have a lightning here, this is a soft... well, not a soft lock, actually, because you can end your turn and get a card from Nilri's Codex to win with. So even if I delete all my cards, I can escape the situation. And yes, this is quite slow. That's all right. We're only going to do this to champ. This does make enough block that you could do this against Heart, by the way. This works on Heart. Not on Time Eater, though. Time Eater would be very upset. We're just gaining so much energy. The power. I must get one claw. Honestly, Beam Cell would have worked just fine. Any idea if Spire 2 will be playable on a handheld? It'll only be on Steam during the early access period. So only on Steam PC, I'm afraid. No console or mobile release initially. But Steam Deck it will be playable on, sounds like. The only interaction I've had with Megacrit prior to the release of the game here is them asking, hey, where should we send this ominous box? And now I have to contain the box. If Doom can be played on a smart fridge, surely Megacrit can do the same with Spire 2. GG. Okay, we drink the fruit juice, pick up the Essence of Steel. What about Meteor Strike? This deck can definitely do Meteor Strike things. And I can seek Gregan Meteor Strike on yeah, I'm going to take that. I can just seek for it. And now I can remove 2, even better. So we can also slim the deck down while adding a Meteor Strike. How joyous. I'm going to remove Bullseye and Streamline, probably. Yeah, let's remove Bullseye, Streamline. Snip 2 crappy cards. And now we have a more perfect deck. Thunderstrike might get axed as well. We'll see. Do I think I'll play the first game after the second one comes out? I think it's quite likely that I'll do at least some of the first game. How are we beating Tim? He is here. Well, we have some fun options for Tim, including just scaling with Nilri's Codex. Bonk. Sweet. We review the list of cards yet? No, we're going to do that probably after this run, I guess. Is when I will do that. What is the symbol on the wall behind me? That is the Elden Ring. Our program is here. Skip these. Okay. Give me madness. That's not madness. Give me 999. Oh, I didn't take membership card. Wait. Oh, yeah, I don't actually have membership card. Well, in that case, give me a rare relic. Yeah, give me a rare relic. Still too much junk in this deck. Burner. That's a good relic. And a Cool-Headed Plus does say draw 2, which I guess is probably good. Sure. Well, that can also help with Time Eater. Very substantially so. Medical Kit can also help me with this whole going infinite thing by allowing me to directly exhaust statuses rather than having to play Recycle on them. You could take Centennial Puzzle as a source of card draw as well. I'm going to take Medical Kit, I think. Heat Sinks was also pretty good. Yeah, now the Unceasing Top has a much higher chance to do stuff. That's kind of cool. $63 gold for the Red Mask. That is maybe worth it, although I was planning on buying a Remove in Act 4, so I don't think I'm going to. Wait, I didn't think that through. No, I didn't think that through. Okay, that's fine. Great. Cast this? Sure. Great. Cool. Very cool deck we've made. Nice. Self-repair is here. Do I want to self-repair? I actually don't think I do. I've got Pantograph. There's the Claw. Claw actually good? No. No, it's not. No, it is not good. We have the Meteor Strike now. That's our piece that we want. 12 cards and match them to keep them. Oh no. Albert. Hold on. Albert would be good here, I think. We can find it. No, I can't. That's a shame. I would have taken Albert. I would have. For the Burning Elite, let's upgrade Greg? Let's upgrade Greg. Burning Elite's kind of scary here. Thankfully, it's not a Reptomancer. Okay, get the Meteor Strike and the Electro this time. We can actually use them both properly. And then I guess buffer and tear. This one dies. We want to block. Actually, I should have rebounded this one and killed it. Close enough. Oh, nice. I had burner set up for Repto without even realizing it. Did not do that on purpose. Nice. The power. Okay, we blap Repto without any damage taken. That's a really good sign. Unai would be good here, but I can't take it. We must fight the Giant Head with 390 health. That doesn't sound too hard. Seek Fission and Meteor Strike. In fact, rebound the Meteor Strike. I do take some damage here. That's alright. Draw me some cards. Perfect. We'd love to see it. Okay, great fight. Totally decisive. If you create an innate card via Nilries, does it get any draw priority? No, it's in a random location. Nothing special. Okay, really like Liquid Memories here. Very good potion. Wow, we got really lucky with the treasure chest this run. Another 300 bucks falls upon us. And I must fight Repto once again. I'm going to go ahead and rebound Meteor Strike. Going to give me this draw. Seek for Fission and Electro. Almost a turn 1 kill on Repto. Sick. Yeah, remember when the slime in Act 1 almost killed me? That was horrifying. That was very horrifying. Guy was a jerk. Smiling Mask. That's also nice, because currently my card remove would be 125. Now it is not that. You get offered a Skim. I am taking a Skim. I might even upgrade this Skim. Let's go Rebound Greg. Seek for Recycle. Meteor Strike. Cycle this. I think we can kill the Transient. Potentially. Pretty good turn there. Also just have a bad time in this fight. That is also possible. Good. Yeah, we kind of want to... Yeah, we definitely want to be ending our turn with Plasma where possible. If we don't do that, we can have a bad time. That is definitely within the realm of possibility. Let's go Rebound, Force Field, Compile, Force Field, Zap. And also just block normally. Yeah, block this, then we're intangible, then we buffer. That works too. No infinite today. Sorry, transients. Gifted sub donation for every time I die on Thursday? Doesn't sound like nearly enough gifted subs. I'm gonna die way more than that. Wait. Let's go Skim Plus. how can we block the Tim? Tim is actually kind of a challenging fight here. We did not get Albert in play here. We start with Vision and Electro. Get our initial orbs gone here. Okay, that's a start. How do I actually block, though? Still is the question. Buffer will do for now. Yes, buffer will do for now. Skip, I believe. Give me a tricky fight. Oh, no. Okay, we do get a Dark Orb. That's rather nice. Okay, just a big hit. We can buffer this as well. I guess that's not so bad, then. Do I simply pass the turn? I think I do. Aha! Okay. That will help a lot. Can I get rid of Thunderstrike for now? All 3. That's kind of annoying. A little bit here. Multicast is here. Okay, multicast can also help me win this fight very fast. Or intangible to play the Albert. That's actually quite good. Need more frost. Okay, I think we're probably fine now. Have to go. Bias is tempting too. Okay, we are getting hurt. We do have Pentagram for the second boss, though. I'm not worried yet. But maybe I will be soon. Yeah, we just have to multicast the Dark Orb and kill it. That's probably not that hard, Smile. I'm only going to have 3 energy. And here, I guess. Perfect. Okay, that'll kill. That'll kill. GG. Okay, not too bad. We even have turn 1 intangible for the Awaken 1 fight. Feel the power of darkness. Okay, in the Awaken 1 fight, I actually don't have to play any of these powers. Dragon Skim. I don't know if this is correct, actually. Perfect. I'm not going to play that. Rid of this. Might play Loop here. Let's play the Loop. Our Meteor Strike is here. Kind of hard to play initially, though. Can't use tap without playing the powers. Well, we can always recycle the powers. That's allowed. Oh, sweet, I get Meteor Strike and play. Sick. That's huge. I am going to take a bunch of damage, probably. Hold. Wait. Incredible. Take a lot less damage than feared. Good. That is fine. Great. Do. Make block, huh? Take a little bit here. Force field gets rebounded to full block. That's probably good. It's probably good. Finally get rid of Electro here. Cookin'. Force field here. Excellent. What's happening, I think? Okay, phase 1 is dead, actually. That's gotta be good. Smile. I didn't want to use the top there on the turn that the Awakened one died because you cannot play attacks on the dead Awakened one, so I would have stopped as soon as we drew an attack. It's not quite what I wanted. We need to stall 5 turns for the burner. Yes. Yes, we do. Want cool-headed meteor strike, right? Pretty sure. Get a little careful here. Keep the beam cell too, might as well, right? Actually, my only source of block at the moment. I have to play this now. Right, okay, everything's fine. Glorious. Keep skim around just in case I need it for any reason. Okay. Ever considered doing an audiobook? I have. Hasn't panned out yet. But I have considered it, for sure. Guess we want to kill next turn. Create his convenience to ourselves. Too late for temporary algorithm. Oh, yeah, just a little bit. A wee bit. Wait, I'm stupid. I thought that was phase 1. Reading chat a bit too much. Okay, we have burner on absolutely the wrong number, but that's okay. I'm sure we'll make it work anyway. Yeah, Shield and Spear are losers anyway. It's probably fine. Give me a boat thingy. I need it badly. Help? And I can either remove or buy the Happy Flower. We definitely want to remove the Rip and Tear. 26 cards. Very doable. Gam Bonanza. That's interesting, J Composer. I guess I don't buy anything else. That's fine. Don't need another cool-headed. Do I just recycle the Meteor Strike? Who needs burner when you've got subs? Lith, thanks for the Prime sub in 41 months. No, I think I play the Meteor Strike, right? Like Thunderstrike Fission or something. Right, Thunderstrike Fission. I don't know if that's correct. I want to rebound the Meteor Strike. Okay, that's actually quite good. We exactly kill Spire Shield. And I buffer the Spear's hits. And I have Plasma, and I block next turn. That's not too bad, actually. It's really not too bad. These I can play. Lots of card draw. Yeah, this seems pretty good, actually. Exactly the wrong number of cards. Okay, we can go Loop Force Field. We'll block this. Yeah, this is really good. Can I kill on this turn is the immediate question. Probably yes, with this draw. Got him. Okay, great fight. We have 105 health for the heart, 2 really good potions, a second meteor strike if we want one, which is honestly quite tempting. Decks that lose to Sword and Shield but beat the Act 3 double boss. A lot of like slow Defect decks fall into that category. Insert or Consume Defect in particular can really struggle with the Act 4 elites, but can have a really good answer to the bosses. Basically any deck that is reliant on blocking and playing a lot of powers is really bad into Shield and Spear. Weakness for the heart, actually not terrible either. I shouldn't need this though, right? We're going infinite in heart. This does not help me at all. I'll take 2 health. Block turn 1 is kind of awkward. What do we do? We can do Meteor Strike on turn 1 to get us started, which I kind of like here. Go Greg, Meteor Strike. This is +4. Yeah, we're going to take a bunch of beta death damage. That's alright. Okay, I can put a stop to some of it. I want to play the Electro, huh? Awkward. There's a recycle. Found recycle pile. Cycle this. They play this and end turn. Can also do juicier things. No, not really though, actually. Buffer recursion then? I think buffer recursion then. Next turn's going to be interesting. I'm intangible next turn. Next turn's not going to be interesting. Let the heart play too? No. I don't want to. This does prevent me from getting the Meteor Strike down immediately, though. Oh well. Use the Ascender's Bane. Got a bunch of crap in the draw pile. It is multi-hit first. Just got to be careful of the beta death then. Looks good to me. We can just fusion. there any reason to do anything else? Not really. Okay. Use 2 statuses. Deal a bunch of damage back. Keep buffer into the hit on this turn is very important. I might not be able to play cards. We'll see. Okay, we have leap here. I can do leap. Skim. Force field. Get rid of these. This. This compile. Put this. More cards. Buffer this hit. Okay. We are now most of the way there. I will lose buffer playing this card. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Got stuff to do. Don't trust chaos with my life here. So I'm going to delete it. Perfect. Okay. I probably should have played Beam Cell, but whatever. Joker would be bad here, yes. True enough. Alright, hologram... Liquid Memory is the Meteor Strike. Draw 2. Draw 1. Need more energy. Block. Draw. Cycle Fusion? Yes, it's time. Okay. Kind of unclear if this is block positive at the moment. It's irrelevant, though. Oh yeah, here we go. Wow, I went from using the top to having a full hand. That's kind of insane. Can't play Meteor Strike anymore. We can't do it this turn, I don't believe. Yeah, this is mostly fine, though. Piles... Can I delete Skim? I would like to delete Skim next. Go. The Bullnup. Oh, I need, yeah, I need the Plasma in front. Here we go. Okay, sweet. The power. Reminds you of the recursion, cool-headed recursion skim run, as it should. Yeah, as it should. I should have recycled that. Bonk. Bonk again. That blocks. GG. Is this infinite? Why we took the force field? We took the force field pretty early. I didn't take it specifically to do this, but this is a nice advantage of having the force field. GG. G freaking G, twist shot. Oh, yeah. GG. Why do you need the force field to make this infinite work? Because otherwise you don't block enough to cover the heart damaging you for 2 every time you play a card. So you play infinite cards, but then you're taking infinite damage as you do when you die because of the beat of death. Pay out to the believers. This boy is swole. Oh, yes. Now, what Twitch chat? Has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. GG. G freaking G. A very good run with an Astro swap. 2 great runs today. Very happy with these. Ogmoose with the Prime sub in 7 months. That I have other ways to win this deck without using the Unceasing Top. Yes. So this deck can actually make an infinite combo that does not require the Unceasing Top. Which would be like Cool-Headed, Skim, Recursion, Meteor Strike. Yeah, Cool-Headed, Meteor Strike, Recursion, Skim, Meteor Strike is the loop. Without focus, actually, that might not block for enough. That gets complicated. I guess you can also add the force field in there somewhere before playing Skim. Do I think there's going to be as many ways to make infinites in Spire 2? As long as they have cards that say draw a card, then you're able to go infinite in Spire 2. I'm sure that there will be infinites in Spire 2. From what we've seen, card design is broadly similar. I mean, Scrawl is coming back, so we know there's card draw. Yeah, there will definitely be ways to do infinites in Spire 2. Probably more ways to go infinite in Spire 2. Something I'd like to do, actually, is make a video or maybe an article on how to go infinite. What are the pieces required for an infinite to actually happen, and what do you need for your infinite to actually win? Who do I think is the hardest Act 1 on A20? I think it's Silent. Silent, to me, feels like the one who's most often losing to the boss of Act 1, or having to dodge elites in Act 1. And yes, next up we're going to do some Spire 2 card reviews, checking out the Spire card listing on untapped.gg. Before that happens, though, Twitch chat, I definitely need a break here. Going to refill the legs, stretch the water, grab a quick snack. I'll make this a relatively short break, and then we're going to talk about some of the cards that we know are going to be in Spire 2. Yes, untapped.gg added a Slay the Spire section, which I'm helping them build, fun fact. So we're going to be doing that in just a moment, Twitch chat. But like I said, it is break time first, so I'll be right back. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. Thank you all for hanging out. 011 with the Prime sub in 32 months. So, it is time, my friends, to peel back the veil and take a look at some of the cards we're going to be seeing in Slay the Spire 2. What's up, Absent Agalos with the Prime sub in 3 months? Not sure if you'll be able to watch when the game comes out because you want to experience the game for yourself first. That's fair. So, as a heads up, some of the content that I want to make in the near future about Spire 2 is going to be low spoiler content. So one of the first things I'm planning on doing is making kind of an intro video to each character. Just be like, what is this character? What are their gimmicks? What are their keywords? What kind of decks can you build with this character? And what does the beginning of the game look like with the character? Yeah, sort of like a censored run where you don't actually see the ending. Just kind of getting you started with this character. And I'll do that for each of the new characters. For the characters that are returning, I want to do a video where it's like, what's different about the character in Spire 1 versus Spire 2? And I think that could be kind of low spoiler as well. But we'll, of course, be doing... day 1, I'm going to be live streaming my first run with each character until I fall asleep or whatever happens. But I like the Watcher to secretly come back. I give her 50-50 odds of coming back. I think it's entirely possible. My secret guess is that by the end of Spire 2's development, we're going to have 4 new characters and all 4 returning characters. That's just a guess, though. I don't have any actual information. I'm just blindly speculating. But I have to do less... Actually, no, more accurately, blindly speculating is what we're about to do here. As we're going to take a look at the Spire 2 card database that Untapped.gg has put up on their website. Here's a link to the page if you'd like to browse through it. This is basically a consolidated list of all of the cards that have been spoiled within Spire 2 so far with their listed stats and art. And this will be updated when the game comes out to just be a full directory of every card, complete with commentary by certain experts. Does that mean Spire 3 will be 12 or 16 characters? One can only hope, right? One can only hope. Yeah, I wonder how this Inflame card's gonna work. So we do know that there's some cards returning here. Let's take a look at what Ironclad has. So Bludgeon being uncommon is rather interesting. At least that's what was shown. Exactly the stats as before. And I like that we're seeing exact one-to-one replications of certain cards from the first game. Ideally, that tells me that the kind of numeric scale of the second game is going to be very similar. So here's the link in chat again if you'd like to check out this listing of cards. Prosby Game, thanks for the Prime sub and 20 months of support. And they're sorted by their revealed date at the moment. So we have 48 fully revealed cards on Clad. A lot of returning ones: Bash, Defend, Iron Wave, True Grit, Aggression. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's the Arthur Clenched Fist meme for the art. That is 100% the Clenched Fist meme. Like 1-to-1. It's exactly that. Actually, I can comment on that too. Ten out of 10 meme or visual meme reference. So what does the actual card do, though? I should probably make some commentary on on what it actually does. Attack. At the start of your turn, put a random attack from your discard pile into your hand and upgrade it. Interesting. I wonder if that's coded wrong. Like, if it was accidentally the wrong card type when they revealed it. Because it doesn't seem right that that should be an attack card. Yeah, and Jorb says wording implies this will be a power. Put a random attack from your discard pile into your hand and upgrade it. Let's see here. Cards from the discard pile can be very useful. If you control the attack pool by using exhaust, is what I'll say here. So what I mean by that is like exhausting strikes and leaving you with only the good attack cards mean you're going to get the good stuff back every turn. Oh yeah, imagine this with Searing Blow. Would Searing Blow be good here? Could be great with Searing Blow. If that card returns. There we go. Now we've got comments from both me and Jorbs on this card. And ideally, we're going to get to a point where essentially every card has this kind of commentary on it for the entirety of all the cards in Spire 2. We'll be working to keep the site updated throughout the early access period. So probably a lot of work to do. Have a look at what are some of the other clad cards. Good old Anger is back. Ashen Strike. Deals additional damage for each card in the exhaust pile. Seems very strong. The numbers on this card seem too good to be true. Unknown. Wonder if they were different when he reviewed it. What I want to say about Ashen Strike is that could be made very powerful by generating cards mid-combat. May be good against certain enemies that create exhausting cards, like Slime. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. What if it's Blizzard-like numbers? Obviously, the numbers are, if it's 1 damage per card in the exhaust pile, I imagine it's going to be something like 3. Oh, and now it has numbers on it. Wait a second. I'm looking at the wrong card. Yeah, Ashen Strike. Blood Wall. This is a new one. It's like Hemokinesis, but for block. This is cool. 2 cost. Lose 2 health, gain 15 block. It's a very beefy block card. On its face... Let's see. What do we write about this? At face value, this is 13 block for 2 mana, right? Very totally average, I would say. That's on par with Equilibrium. That's on par with like Glacier. Decent value, but made better with self-damage synergies. Having a huge block card in the common pile. Makes Body Slam much easier to use. We know Body Slam is returning, by the way. That's also one of the leaked cards. Let's look at that one. Somewhere in here. Yeah, here's Body Slam. So having a huge block in the common pool with Blood Vial is really interesting. Can I capture my cursor? Yes, okay. No, that broke everything. Heck. There we go. Okay, now you can see my cursor, so I can point at the cards. Perfect. Such a well-made site. This is neither from the devs nor from fans. This is from Untapped.gg, who is they're a professional, like, gaming website. They have lots of resources for games like Hearthstone is, I think, how they got started, and then they've branched into some other games. But essentially, they make pretty high quality informational and tutorial content for traditionally competitive card games. Yeah, they've got good tools for MTG Arena, and then the plan is that they'll paywall some of the content that they create. Some of their content is free, but some of it is paywalled behind a subscription. So that's kind of the business model for this website, for Untapped. I do have to thank Untapped.gg, by the way, for sponsoring our stream, for sponsoring me directly. I am being paid to write descriptions here on the Untapped.gg website to help them populate all of these cards. And I will continue to be moving forward. Got a... like I said, plans to work on this essentially all the way through early access. So I'm grateful to them for that. And again, the name of that website is untapped.gg. Here's a link to the Slay the Spire 2 card directory, specifically, the page we're looking at right now. Post that a couple more times in chats for y'all. Is that a sponsor? Yeah, they have hired me in a more direct way. It's not quite like a traditional sponsorship, but I think I should still disclose it in a similar way. So I'm mostly trying to follow the rules about all of that. Not everything I do for them will be on stream, but we'll be doing like card reviews and updating somewhat often. Speaking of, let's look at a couple of more new cards. Breakthrough here. There we go. Breakthrough. Lose 1 health, deal 10 to all enemies. This is quite novel to me. The area damage is not that impressive. Like just barely slightly more than cleave. Where does this list of cards come from? Okay, so the cards that are on the site currently have been found / discovered by carefully analyzing all of the trailer video that Megacrit has showed so far. So this is all like snippets captured from trailers and newsletters. One or more of these cards is going to be inaccurate. Like they'll have changed the values, or it'll have been axed entirely, or, you know, for an early access game, we're going to see lots of cards change during early access, but I think even some of the ones we've seen already aren't going to make it the final cut. So we'll have to redo some of this effort, but that's all right. Yeah, in general, looks like we're seeing 2 different common cards. In fact, I want to say this, talk about this in Breakthrough here. 2 common cards for Clad that inflict self-harm. This and Bloodwall point to much easier access to self-damage, synergy / builds. In particular, having a card do 1 damage is the most efficient way to activate damage effects on the player. passable area damage. Yeah, I also assume not all these artworks are probably final. Some of them will be subject to change. Oh, Spite. Deal 6 if you lost health this turn, draw 1. Ah, the new dropkick. Aha. So what I'll say about this is can be used to create easy infinites with one self-harm card and access to exhaust. Compare to dropkick. That's a cool card. Also, the art. So this is definitely placeholder art, right? It's a can of Spite. Like Sprite. That's good. It's a can of Spite. At first glance, this is also probably like a shattered card. They're showcasing the shatter effect here, wherever this was shown off. So I don't expect the art to normally be broken, but rather this is an effect overlaid on top of the art that can be applied to any card. It's also possible that the card does not normally cost 0. Maybe it's a 1-cost card. Although it seems like it... No, it'd be terrible at 1 cost. Can't be 1 cost. What else we got for new cards? Pact's End. 0 cost can only be played if you have 3 or more exhaust cards in the exhaust pile. Deals 17 damage to all enemies. Interesting card. Note that the Pact's End itself does not exhaust, which means it can be used over and over again. Let's see. Area damage is generally desired at the start of a fight. When the condition of this card may not yet be met. This is a card that performs well if redrawn repeatedly. Similar to Blood for Blood. So this is a card that not intended to be used like Immolate, I don't think, but instead intended to be a very powerful, like, win condition that you are playing repeatedly. A Darkling's Solve. But the core problem is that you are unlikely to be able to get this in play on turn 1. Unless you can do tons of exhausting immediately, and then you're great. Everything is fine if you can do exhaust 3 or more on turn 1. A low damage Grand Finale. It's a lot easier to meet the requirement than Grand Finale. Nice way to deal with something like Gremlin Leader. Yeah, this would be good in Gremlin Leader for sure. Or Collector. Sever Soul value goes up. True enough. Good with Purity. Yes. Yeah, definitely good with Purity. Part of how good this is going to depend on whether or not we have an Ascender's Bane, right? Like, if you're thinking about Ascender's Bane as being one of those 3 cards, then it's a lot easier to meet. But if there is no Ascender's Bane, then 3 is actually not so easy. yeah, I'm not going to comment on returning cards maybe quite yet. Nice to see Uppercut back, Bash is back, Cruelty. Vulnerable enemies take more damage. This is cool. This is like the effect of the... kind of like having Paper Frog from the first game. This can be used to further multiply the value of Clad's large attacks. Regardless of whether those attacks use strength or not. This is a damage multiplier. That's what I'll say about it. Yeah, damage multiplier is what this is. So as long as you have high damage, this provides lots of damage. But it doesn't inherently provide any damage itself. It can only multiply what you already have, and only if you have Vuln. It does look like you can build more around Vulnerable in Spire 2, based on the cards we've seen so far. In fact, let's type one of the other ones. Bully. Speaking of Vulnerable scaling. This card deals more damage for each Vuln the enemy has. Which is very cool. Also, yes, that previous power that we saw, it looks, based on the phrasing, like you can stack it to get more and more and more vulnerable multiplier, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Terror with this card, I super want to see. Gives Clad a good reason to stack more vulnerable. Hilarious if comboed with Terror from Silent. Now, Terror is actually not confirmed to return. But we can always revisit that if we find out that it's not. Even with one vulnerable, this card deals 9 for 0 energy, which is comparable to Anger. So, to get good value out of Bully, you want 2 or more Vuln. With 2 Vuln, it does 12 damage, which is actually quite good. Is Prismatic Shard confirmed? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, did I miss type that? Good catch on the typo there. Wait. It says comboed is a typo, but I guess let's say combined. Yeah, we'd love to see Bully do what it would be. Like 300 damage? Yeah, 300 damage with Terror. But that's assuming that Terror is a card and you can somehow get it on Clad. These are assumptions that we are currently making. They don't seem like egregious assumptions, but they could be wrong. Let's see, what else is new that we haven't looked at? Cinder. Deal 15 damage, exhaust the 2 top cards in the draw pile. Wow. Yes. Actually, no. 2 cost. Kind of like Sever Soul. Very interesting. Also at common. Very interesting as a common card. It does kind of look bad, but maybe some of the values will change on this card. I'm going to say risky if you don't know what the top 2 cards are. Always check. I'll say suspiciously low damage for a 2-cost attack. I think it's probably just going to change, though, is my guess. That said, exhausting more than 1 card with 1 card play is very valuable. That's the other thing I'll say about this. The mere fact that it's a common card that does not self-exhaust, and it can exhaust 2 cards, and those 2 cards don't have a condition on what they are. Like, they do. The top 2 cards of the draw pile. But it's not specifically one type of card. That's already very strong as an effect. And so, even though the maybe face value of the card does not seem that good, it's possible that it could be good. 2-cost deal 15 is also fine. It's a little bit worse than a Perfected Strike added to the starting deck, which is not great, but it's more damage than Clothesline, I guess. That's saying something. And yeah, with Dead Branch, it becomes a lot better, because then you get 2 cards right away. Actually, maybe the novel thing... Hold on, let's go back there. Spire 1 did not have any effects that could exhaust cards in the draw pile, which makes this useful, which makes this novel. Oh, Havoc does. Well, sort of. Yeah, sort of Havoc, I guess. Alright, sure. Havoc is technically accurate. By the way, Zamona, thanks for the Prime sub in 86 months. That's a whole lot of moons. Very moonular. Okay, Colossus. Gain 3 block. You receive less damage from vulnerable enemies this turn. This, at its face, depending on how this is implemented. I'll say if this works like Weaken, and enemy damage is reduced before block is applied, this card is very strong. Because that's how I would interpret this at its face, is that this makes the vulnerable enemies deal less damage directly, and therefore their damage output is cut in half. So this halves all incoming damage if the enemies are vulnerable, which is crazy good, right? That's unnerfed Paper Crane back when it was overpowered and it was too strong. Yeah, Jorbus is also confused about how it works exactly. I think it's hard to tell from the reading of this card. Yeah, Paper Crane from the first game provided a 50% reduction, and it was crazy. Yeah, it's bad if... make sure you have multiple ways to apply vulnerable. To get the most of this card. Yeah, current Paper Crane is 40%. And it was nerfed for being crazy. Yeah, so Paper Crane was originally 50%, and then it got nerfed because it was too good. In general, Vulnerable seems like it's a whole build on Clad now, which is really cool. I cannot wait to see all the ways that you can stack that. One of the core problems, right? In Slay the Spire 1, there's no advantage to giving an enemy like 50 vuln. But we've already seen that in Spire 2, there are cards that can take advantage of that. Does 2 of these reduce by 100%? I imagine if you play this card more than once, what you get is an additional turn, based on how similar cards work in the first game, is that stacking this effect will stack the number of turns, but not the numeric effect directly. That's my guess. But again, I don't know for sure. We're blindly speculating today. That's part of the fun. Yeah, still crazy. And even if it works the other way and it only reduces damage that you would take, kind of like Tungsten Rod, it only reduces damage that you actually take by half. That's still really good because of how tanky Clad can be. So if you're scaling max health on Clad, then this could be a way to leverage your giant face into being twice as much face, and then you win. So that could be cool too. Feed may not return, that's true. But changing your max health will return. So I have no fear. I imagine Reaper will be back, but maybe not. Actually, maybe that's one of the cards that gets axed. We haven't seen any healing cards yet, have we? Interesting. Oh yeah, so let's see. Grapple. Another vulnerable card. Apply vulnerable. Oh, here we go. Enemy loses strength this turn for each vulnerable it has. Okay, so yes, more confirmation of vulnerable being a build. Cool. Very cool. Best when stacked with other vulnerable sources. This only applies to one enemy. Yeah, because you're grappling them, of course. You can't grapple more than one guy at the same time. That's not how grabbing things works. Yeah, a little weak by itself. This card is a little weak. If played on a fresh opponent. Strength reduction is extremely valuable. Extremely... The auto-suggest was started typing extremely important to us. Your call is extremely important to us. Strength reduction is extremely valuable on any multi-attacking enemy. Especially later in the game, is what I'll say. Seems like Clad won't have easy access to weakness anymore. I mean, we did see a couple cards that apply weaken, right? We see Uppercut is still 1 weak, 1 vuln, and presumably has the same upgrade. Did we see Clothesline anywhere in here? I don't think we do. Interesting way to step away from strength scaling to increase damage output as a mechanic. Yes. The thing I like with this whole Vuln thing is that because it's a multiplier, if you have the Vuln deck that also has strength, then you get way more value out of the strength too. So you can have a Vuln build that just takes like a little bit of strength and does a huge amount of damage with that. Speaking of, here's another Vuln card. Taunt. 7 block and 1 Vuln to all enemies. That uncommon. This one's a little tricky, actually. Yeah, as Jorb says, if you're blocking for the turn, it might be not that be useful to apply vulnerable to enemies. Yeah, so what I would say is it seems difficult to use both effects of the card at the same time. Because if you're applying vulnerable to all enemies, you probably want to play some area damage attacks that kill them, but then you don't need to block. If you're blocking with your whole turn, then you don't need the enemies to be vulnerable because you're blocking. So it's hard to be in a situation where you want to be applying vuln and blocking at the same time, but I'm sure there'll be ways to make good use out of it. Oh yeah, great with body slam is something I can write. Seems like a nice little combo with body slam. I would say I like this for extending vulnerable on enemies during defensive turns, rather than as a way to apply vuln initially. Yeah, so I kind of like that. It's kind of like a beat or a momentum card. You block the attack that's incoming, and you extend the vuln you already had to last into your next attack turn. Also a good way to remove artifacts. Decent as artifact removal. It was rare to see me take multiple body slams. Do I think that might be something we see that me do with these cards is take more body slams? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That could definitely happen. It is going to depend a little bit on just how easy it is to make body slam have good output. That's the real question. Like, how much work does it take to make body slam better than strike? If you add in Slay the Spire 1, if you add body slam, in fact, I'll even comment on it. Yeah, hard to, as Jorb says, hard to justify taking body slam on early floors. I totally agree with that. Low output in the early game makes it difficult to take this card. Early on, you need better attacks to deal with enemies. By the time this card is good, you already have a damage plan. That is the core problem with Body Slam, in my opinion. You can't really take it at the start of the game. And if you don't take it at the start of the game, then you don't need it, because you've already gotten damage. But there might be some good ways to get entry points into the Body Slam build. Figuring out the correct time to pivot to this card is key. Yeah, with the right build, this is the best damage output for Clad in the late game. Is also what I'll say. Nothing hits like Body Slam does. For as little effort in the late game. So if you can get it into your deck, that's when it's primo. And I don't know if they necessarily like designed it taunt to work with Body Slam, but I do think they work quite well together. Problem though, of course, is that if taunt is an uncommon, it's going to be pretty hard to find it. Do we know if Barricade is still around? I don't think that we know that for sure. Actually, wait. Maybe we do. Maybe it didn't get fully revealed. Charge! No, I don't see Barricade here. But I would be shocked if it didn't come back. Oh, here we go. Zero cost vuln application. Tremble. It's funny how much better this feels than Intimidate, which is kind of very comparable. But yeah, I think I'm a lot happier to take this than Intimidate. Two is more than one. Yeah, but it's only to one enemy, right? Intimidate hits everybody. But a bigger number is bigger. That's true. Easy way to get vuln for cheap. Very nice. If you have big expensive attacks. Yeah, I agree. This is also a good floor one take. As a common, it seems quite cool. Yeah, might have payoff later with other cards increasing its effect. Cheap way to get a card in the exhaust pile for related synergies, is what I'll say. Yeah, I like that this is a zero-cost exhaust card. And on the clad, of course, having access to something that exhausts for cheap is pretty useful, because you can activate powers that say when you exhaust. You can activate relics that say when you exhaust. It's good. It's good stuff. Yeah, 2 Vul on 1 enemy is way more valuable than 1 on 3 enemies. Yeah, for Vuln especially, definitely. Not sure I agree with that about Weaken, but for Vuln, definitely. So yeah, we've seen... Let's see. There's some powers to look at, right? Hellraiser. Whenever you draw a card containing the text Strike, it is played against a random enemy. If Hellraiser isn't a good card, I guess I'll be building a bad deck. What I'm going to say is beware the Spikers. That's what I'm going to say. I have a hard time imagining this will be good, at least at the listed cost, but it does seem hilarious. So perhaps that's more important. Hellraiser Meteor Strike. Now we're talking. It's free draw. No, it doesn't draw you anything inherently. That's part of the problem. It's free energy. You play the card that you already drew for free. But it doesn't actually draw. So this is, at its face, a 3-cost power that gives you some energy back over time, with the downside that you have randomly targeted attacks and you can't control your card order. That seems pretty bad. But maybe there's some genius I'm missing. Or maybe I'll just be building a bad deck alongside Jorbs just to try it out. It seems hilarious with like Unceasing Top if that's returning. There's going to be some ways, surely. We haven't seen the genius behind this card, but I'm sure it's there. Maybe you can make it just like an autoplay infinite with Pommel Strike. That'd be extremely fun, right? Pommel Strike draws Pommel Strike and plays Pommel Strike for free, which draws Pommel Strike, which plays Pommel Strike for free. I hope that could happen. My one like missed opportunity that I feel like Spire 1 had is that you cannot actually make a self-playing infinite out of the cards in the game. You can get really close with Havoc, where Havoc can play other cards that play other cards, but you have to manually start and stop that combo. But I hope in Spire 2 you can just end up in a game state where your cards are automatically playing themselves in an infinite loop, and you can just watch as it happens. I want that to be real. I absolutely want that to be real. Maniac and a Mask, thanks for 100 bits. One thing you'd expect from this is that cards played by it at the start of the turn may not count for your draw. That would make it a lot better, right? If you draw and play the card for free, but that's not what it says, so I'm not sure that that's what it does. But I think that'll be the case for a number of cards. The Mega Crit does, in general, a really good job communicating in simple terms what the card does, but not every card has text that tells the player exactly what the card is going to do in a way that they understand correctly. I'm looking at you, Panic Button. Yeah, so we might be misinterpreting how some of them work, and once we actually get our hands on the game and see what they actually do, we can get a better idea of, like, how to use it properly. Yanish, thanks for the Prime sub and 9 months of support. And yeah, and again, maybe all the values on the card change. Maybe this one gets completely axed because they just ditch the entire strike thing. Although this does say strike. That says, wait, what else has strike in the name? Ashen Strike? I think we know Perfected Strike is coming back. Not a lot of other cards we've seen that say strike, which is a little bit worrisome. Esteban with the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Mangle. 3 cost, 15 damage. Enemy loses 10 strength this turn. Very interesting. 10 strength down. Kinda nice against multi-attack. Comes in a weird package. Huge damage reduction paired with subpar damage. Makes for a certainly an unusual card. Hard to justify 3 costs for this. Unless it completely negates one enemy. $15 damage is not enough damage, though. Is this better dash? I don't know that I would call it better is the problem than dash. It's really going to depend on, like, is there a boss that does like a 10x10 attack that you can stop with this? Is kind of the question for me. Because unless there's something like that, I have a hard time imagining a use case for this. Does seem strong in co-op? Does it? Oh yeah, if lowering enemy strength, maybe. I have no idea how co-op works, so I can't really estimate. But yes, there's co-op. Oh yeah, spoiler alerts, by the way. Spoiler alerts. Spire 2 is going to have 4-player online co-op. So you can play with your friends and slay the Spire together as the different characters. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, it doesn't exhaust, which is kind of cool. Notably does not exhaust. Very broken. If you can make this card free, is also what I'll say. If Snecko Eye is back, then this is an insane Snecko card. This card is awesome if you have Snecko Eye. Oh, Faley, thanks for pinning the link to the page, too. Whatever I mean, thanks for the Prime sub in 25 months. Quarter century. And yeah, I'll be doing some multiplayer. I'll be doing some co-op runs. Probably not in the first day or two, though. Just to set expectations. My initial goals for Spire 2 are to kind of win once with each character and kind of explore all the cards and the events of the Spire. Just kind of find what all the stuff is before I mess around with multiplayer. Are those pizza toppings? I mean, it looks like a fungus guy. And fungus is a pizza topping. Pretty good one, too. So the sponsoring website is untapped.gg is the name of the website. They host game information and advice from expert players for competitive card games. They've got lots of resources for Hearthstone and MTG Arena. And they're opening a brand new section for Slay the Spire 2, which myself and Jorbs have been hired to work on and create, essentially, like expert advice for the website. Did I publish the comment on Mangle properly? Maybe I didn't. Yes, I did. Okay. Stephen Fallon, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Stone armor looks fun. Gain 5 plating. Presumably plating is plated armor. I want to say, I hope that Clad can stack 100 plated armor and pretend to be the champ. That's what I want to say about this card. I don't have that many comments about how good or bad this card is. My comment is, I want to play this card times 100. That's my comment. It just seems fun to stack, really. So is dual wield coming back? I hope so. There's a lot. It seems like a lot of good targets for dual wield that we saw. My guess is the upgrade would be 7 plating, but I have no idea. That's just my guess. 7 plating. There are ways to remove the dex down. Let's say removing the dexterity loss may be possible as a way to get more out of this card. I like that. Yeah, this with dual wield. Fun to duplicate. Is what I'll say. So I'm guessing that plated goes down when you get hit, just like in the first game, but maybe it's different. I could not speculate. Howl from Beyond. Deals 16 damage to all enemies. At the start of your turn, this plays from the exhaust pile. Super cool effect. I'm not sure it's any good. You should try to find out. An attack card that plays like a power. Wait, no, hold on. But it doesn't put itself in the exhaust pile. No, that's what I'm just realizing. It doesn't exhaust itself. Huh. Can be played directly or exhausted by other cards. This actually reminds me of, like, Magic the Gathering cards that play from the graveyard. Very neat design overall. Yes, you want to exhaust it instead of playing manually. But I like that you can play it manually if you want to. I think that's good design. I think that's a really good design. And yeah, Clan in general seems like they've got a lot of exhaust. See, this is what makes the, like, exhaust the top 2 cards of your draw pile seem kind of appealing. Is if you have a card you specifically want to delete. Yes, Fireworks. They also changed how Silence discard stuff works. Maybe we'll look at Silent in a second here. Probably bring this segment to a close shortly. But I do want to look at a couple Silent cards. Yeah, I like it. What if there was corruption but for attacks? Oh, that's spooky. I don't want that. That sounds scary. Good payoff for having lots of exhaust. Yeah, looking like a lot of new playstyles are already possible. Until we see the full card pool, we might not understand what we've lost. And that is something, like, that's one of the first videos I actually want to make for this game, is like, take a look at Ironclad, Silent, and Defect, and I just want to list all the cards that they no longer have and talk about that, I guess. I can yap on that for a while. Yeah, we see Thunderclap is back. And with more things that interact with Vuln, Thunderclap... Actually, let's comment on Thunderclap, right? You want your deck to be better than a deck that needs to take Thunderclap. That's true. Possibly better. That's not how you spell possibly. Incarnation. First game, thanks to other cards that scale off of Vulnerable. Still underwhelming on its own. Yeah, and I'm really excited for Vuln to be better. Like I said, I just want to go back to this crazy-looking power. Cruelty. Vulnerable enemies take an additional 25% damage. Multiple copies of this will stack, which is really cool, right? You can make Vulnerable do 300% damage. You can make Vulnerable do 500% damage. You just got to play enough copies of this card. Except you could stack it. Yeah, this is one of the cards I am most excited for. Become the Watcher. Yeah, become Divine, essentially. One does have to wonder what the upgrade does here. Could be 0 cost, could be innate, could be 50% more. Hopefully it's not 37.5% more. Who knows, though? But it's got to be one of those three things, right? It adds an 8, it gets cheaper, or the number gets bigger. What else could there be? Okay, we've spent enough time looking at clad cards. We could make comments on every single clad card, but I do want to look at a couple of what Silent is getting. We see the return of accuracy. Oh yeah, and this one looks huge for Silent. Anticipate. Common card. Typo will be our secret. Wait, did I typo something? Oh, heck. It's flex but green, yeah. I was just looking at Cruelty. Multiple. Oh, yeah, there it is. Should have just hit the edit and had the computer tell me. There we go. Thank you for the live proofreading. I do appreciate it. Also, very, very notable Well-Aid plans confirm returning, or at least we have Spire 2 art for it. Yeah, one of the top 5 character-defining cards of Spire 1. Very happy to see it returning. Very, very happy to see it returning. But Anticipate. This is cool. Doesn't do anything on itself, like flex but green. 3 decks this turn. I think what's most important about this card is that this is a common card that gives dexterity. That is huge. That is transformative, is what that is. Because currently, Silent in Spire 1 exists in a world where there's only one card that gives dex. Footwork. And it's kind of a really different run if you do or don't see that card, right? There's so many block cards on Silent that are great with Footwork, but they are not good without the dex. And so Silent really does want more ways to get dexterity, and I love this as a common card, which means you're very likely to be able to see it, that you can use to scale dexterity. Really like that. Access to dexterity on a common card is huge for Silent. Allows scaling your block to tackle the end game, especially with a good draw engine. The fact that this is 0 cost is quite cool. Awesome when paired with debuff removal of any kind. Just like Flex is. Is this site official or fan-made? This is a professionally made site by a for-profit company, Untapped.gg. They make tutorials and gaming resources for Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering Arena, and now they're creating a segment for Slay the Spire 2 as well. So it's not from the devs and not really from fans. There will be some kind of paywalling. I'm not 100% sure what that means exactly. But my understanding is that some of the content will be made available free for everybody. And there will be additional resources that are put behind some kind of subscription paywall. I don't know the actual details of that for the Spire 2 section yet. I don't think they've been hashed out, in fact. But yes, some of the content will be paywalled. Through my content, you'll be able to get glimpses at some of that, I think, in ways that may work around that for specifically the bits that I make. So you might get sneak peeks here on the stream or on the YouTube channel. Why does this give 3 instead and presumably 5 upgraded instead of 2? It could be 4 upgraded. I do feel like Flex Minus is pretty weak. So having this not be like Flex Minus might be a good thing. Is this stream going to go on YouTube? I wasn't planning on putting this particular video on the YouTube as an edited video, but it'll be up on the archive. Dexterity is stronger than strength. Yes, I would say that is true. I think so. Well, 1 block is better than 1 damage. But that doesn't actually mean that 1 dex is better than 1 strength, oddly enough. Weird. Don't think 3 dex is worth the card even if free unless Wraithform isn't in the game. I don't think Wraithform will be in the game, for 1. And for 2, I think this is a card that's really good with, like, acrobatics. If you've got good draw in a discard deck, this is going to be very useful. What else have we got as far as new cards? Hidden Daggers. Discard cards and add shivs to your hand. Oh, so this is the new Blade Dance. Ah. I'm going to say this neatly bypasses the old Blade Dance problem of having hand space available. So Blade Dance is the old ways to get a lot of shivs at the same time. But if your hand is full, then you make a bunch of shivs that go into your discard pile. This is discarding enough cards that you always have room for the shivs. So the shivs never overflow from your hand. Is kind of cool about this. Although maybe if you discard a reflex or something. Zero cost means that this can be used at the end of your turn. Ditch the rest of your hand. Or mid-turn to take advantage of discard synergies. Yeah, I could see this being zero cost and one cost unupgraded. Or maybe just 2 shivs. But this is major card disadvantage, right? You're turning 3 cards in your hand into 3 shivs, essentially. It's unclear if you choose the discard. If it says discard, then you're choosing the card, unless it says at random. Like Survivor, you discard 1 card. Yeah, unless you don't have any cards left in your hand. It's a nice last card to play. You just get some free shivs. That's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, here's change reflex. Draw 2 at 3 cost. 3 cost. Be unusual, but not impossible for you to want to play this for 3 energy. Yeah. I'll say I like the design shift around these cards. Inspire 2, allowing you to hard cast them if necessary. So what is the sly keyword? The sly keyword says, if you discard this card, play it. So reflex is intent, just like the first game. You discard reflex from your hand, and then it draws you 2 cards. And the idea is that now you can also pay energy to do that if you really want to. So that it's not as much of a brick as it used to be, which is really nice. It makes these cards a lot more takeable. Having access to discard effects seems more valuable in Spire 2 with the sly keyword, is what I'll say here. Good stuff. And yeah, oh yeah, notably common card. Although I wouldn't necessarily take that as scripture. Is it literally play? Would this now count against things like Choker or Time Eater? Oh, that's a good question. I will have to find out when it comes out, I think, to know how that interaction works. We also don't know if there's anything that counts cards during your turn. Maybe there won't be. Maybe every enemy will be Time Eater. Hard to say. But yeah, so speaking of the sly keyword, Master Planner. This seems hilarious. And yeah, Jorbs clarifies, sly means when the card is discarded during your turn, it plays automatically. This card is hilarious. I agree. Build your own infinite. Out of scraps. Potential of this card is endless. And also potentially disastrous. 10 out of 10. Yeah, this seems like the sort of card that could also kill you if you use it wrong. Which I love. I love that. Soft lock yourself. Marty Kurtz, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Calculated gamble to death. Yeah, this is a fun card. I hope that we get to play with this card. Really hope that. And here's another Sly card. Again, the Sly keyword says if you discard this card, then play its effect instead. So this is a really good example of a basic good Sly card. 1 damage, 1 energy, 7 to all enemies. What? A little bit below the curve if you pay for it, but obviously above the curve if you don't pay for it. Yeah. Not a huge number. I'm going to say below the curve. Below the power curve. If you pay energy to play this, but becomes excellent value if discard is online. Seems like a nice common. To help with early encounters. I can think of not that many fights where only 7 AoE damage is going to be enough, but the early game is definitely where it would be helpful the most. Flickflax, quite a name. Hoping Prepared returns. I think we'll see Prepared. We know Dagger Throw is back. Fan of Knives is very funny. Shivs now hit all enemies. Here's the thing. I don't think this card is very good, but it's cool, says Jorbs. AoE Shivs. Like electrodynamics, but for knives. I like that it gives you shivs right away. Yeah, this is definitely like electrodynamics, but for knives. Similar to electrodynamics, this is only good if you have other shiv cards. Or synergies. Not worth playing in every fight. So this is the kind of thing, just like Electro, you might want to just discard this in some fights. If there's only one enemy, it's not necessarily useful to you. But if there is more than one enemy, then maybe this is your way to deal with multiple enemies. Initially it does what? 12 damage to all enemies for 2 costs? It's not that good. Yeah, it's not very good if you just look at it at its face value. But it is hilarious. And so that's a really important thing for a card to be, right? Is fun. This card looks fun. Yeah, I could do things with Envenom. I think we did get we did see Envenom in one of the trailers, so I think Envenom is back. And this is quite fun with Envenom. Let's comment on that actually. Fun interaction with Envenom. That's what I'll say. It's right here. It's only been cited, but the actual effect wasn't spotted. So we don't know if Envenom is the same or not. Probably it is the same. But it doesn't have to be. Looks like we've seen more new cards from Clad than from Silent. There's not that many Silent cards here. How many Defect cards do we have? Just 2. 2 cards that we already know about. At least fully revealed only. They have cited some other cards. We don't know what they're going to do. So talking about them is kind of hard to do. That makes sense. Clad is the favorite child of Mega Crit. But yeah, so there'll be more streams like this after Spire 2 comes out. I'm probably going to be ultimately making a comment on every single card in the game for every class. That's hundreds of cards. There's lots of things to talk about. A lot of that will require, actually playing Slay the Spire 2 and therefore understanding what relics and enemies and cards there are in the game so that I can know how they all fit together and play. And then, of course, as the early access version of the game changes with balance patches, there's going to be numeric changes to cards, cards that get removed from the pool, cards that get added to the pool, and that'll be more things to talk about. But yeah, another thanks to untapped.gg. Again, the link to this page is at the pinned in chat here, for paying me to help them build this wonderful resource of Spire cards with commentary. We will have more streams like this, for sure. Poison Stab is now Poisoned Stab? Interesting. You're right, it is. Poisoned Stab. Why isn't it Poison Strike? Seems like a missed opportunity. Non-committal damage card, well said. Alright, I think that is where I'm going to end this segment for now. I think we got some really good value in. Looked at most of the cards and said some stuff. Not every single card, mind you, but we've looked at enough of them, gotten some good hype. I'm really excited to build a vulnerable build on Clad. Maybe that's what I'll try to do first. Is make a vuln build. What are you going to do, strike me? Quote from Man Struck. Next up, chat, we are going to play a bit of Monster Train 2 to wind down the day. Do a quick run or two of that. Excited to Defect again? I am so hyped for Defect. There's so little... I wish I could look at more Defect cards, but there's been so little revealed for Defect. We'll just have to wait. Oh yeah, what's in the colorless pool? We do have a couple colorless cards revealed, actually, yeah. One of the big ones is Scrawl. We know Scrawl is coming back. What I'll say is the definitive best card draw card. Well worth paying 200 gold for in many situations. Yeah, at least in Spire 1. And it seems like the effect will be the same. Draw until your hand is full. That's a crazy strong effect. It is impossible to have more card draw than that because of the whole your hand is full thing. So it could just say draw 10, but I like the phrasing they went with. Did we see Master of Strat? I feel like we did. Seeing a lot of returning cards. Apotheosis, Hand of Greed, Panic Button, Secret Tech, Secret Weapon... Thinking Ahead? Really? Thinking Ahead? At least it's not rare anymore. Come on. Why was this a rare card? Seriously. So underwhelming. But a card from your head? Wait, what? From my head? That's gotta be a typo. It's gotta be a typo. Although it is Thinking Ahead. Envision mentally picture a card and manifest it within the video game on top of your draw pile. That's what the card does. Thrumming Hatchet. Start of your turn, return this to your hand. That's a cool card. Decent value. It's like a holdover card. It's a neat little card. Yeah, like a Smite. Yeah. A reasonably efficient attack that makes itself continually available. As long as you keep playing it. Very good if discounted. Or if your deck is thin on attack cards. Because that's, I think, where this is most useful, is a deck that doesn't have that much damage and wants to be able to spend energy attacking every turn, despite that. If only it was Thrumming Hatchet Strike. Phrasing says it goes into your hand, which implies you don't draw it, which implies that it's free draw, which is quite good. Yeah, like a free draw. Wonder how you get this card. Presumably, I guess, just like any other uncommon colorless. It being a strike is a buff now. The Sovereign Blade. I can't wait to see how to... This is what I want to do with the Regent first, is make a sword build. My understanding is that the Sovereign Blade can be made stronger by playing other cards. So the idea is that you, like, charge it up and then kill stuff with it. But yeah, this is the thing I'm most excited to use in Spire 2, I think, at the moment, is the Blade. The Sword of Power. I think a lot of these are very likely to change, too. Oh, this is cool. When you shuffle your draw pile, choose a card to put into your hand. That seems pretty good. Seek effects are very powerful. And a reusable one is extremely powerful. Smaller... This is kind of weird, actually. I was going to say the smaller your deck is, the more useful this is, but that's not actually true. Because if the deck is small enough, it doesn't need this card. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite. I mean, the more cards there are in the draw pile, the better it is. Because the seek effect is more good when you have a huge pile of cards, but you're going to get it less because of how big your deck is. So there's like an inflection point. Is how I'm thinking of this one, Merle. There's an inflection point kind of in the middle where this card hits some kind of peak usefulness, where you're activating it often enough and you have enough cards to choose from that it's actually doing stuff. It's also like one draw per time you shuffle through the deck, right? Which is in itself potentially an infinite enabler. Actually, that's what I'll say, in fact. Potentially enables infinite combos. And with stuff like Deep Breath, this can do some really hilarious stuff. Especially if you have two of them, right? Because you shuffle the draw pile, which lets you seek the draw pile for a card. You seek the card that shuffles the draw pile. You play the other card that shuffles the draw pile. You shuffle the draw pile, seeking for the card that shuffles the draw pile. You just keep doing that, right? There's got to be some ways to break it. There's got to be. Let's see. Seems more useful as the deck gets smaller, but reaches an inflection point as extremely small decks will not need this effect. Very cool card. What about when you shuffle cards into the deck? Great question. That is a lie, is what I'll say. Anytime the game says shuffle something into your draw pile, the word shuffle is a complete fabrication. It's not actually shuffling. It is not actually shuffling. Yeah, it just goes in random, gets inserted into a random location in the draw pile. Is maybe the better phrasing. But the other cards in the draw pile don't change when this happens. And so yeah, you're not activating any kind of like shuffle effect as a result. Alrighty. I didn't mean to go on break like 10 minutes ago. Now I actually am going to go on break. We're going to say that is plenty of cards looked at. Thanks for browsing the Spire 2 cards with me and being hyped, Twitch chat. I cannot wait to Untapped GG. I actually didn't have that on screen. There we go. So you can actually see the website name. I guess I'll leave this up while I take a quick break here, Twitch chat. I'll be back in a bit. To play some Monster Train 2. Be back in a bit, Twitch chat. Don't go nowhere. right, Twitch chat, we are back. How's it going, JVD? Yes, there is usually a new video on Tuesdays. We're going to move it this week so that our new video can be one of Spire 2. So our earlier week video delayed a little bit for that reason. Alrighty, so we're going to kick things over to Monster Train 2 here. And full random, we're like 98 out of 264 or something like that. All right. Let us put it into the Spire music. Put a beginning to the Monster Train 2. But I like my own relic in Spire 2. That'd be pretty cool, actually. It's a shame that Lee guy owns the waffle, right? Welcome back, everybody, to MT2. My camera feels so tiny now. Been the size the whole time. Going to be doing a Covenant 10 run. That's the highest difficulty in the game. Get Lazarus League Stygian with our better random mod, helping us select a clan combo we haven't won with yet. See you later, Goldfish. Mr. Android, you're very welcome. So, Lazarus Stygian. Okay. Let's see what we can see here. Twisted Back to start is very, very nice. Especially with a sweeper already in the deck. Actually, this is a really good start, I think. Our heart is once per battle, heal everybody to full, which could definitely be useful. Do we devour the assistant? Or do we buff a whole floor? I like Living Armory a lot here. Yeah, I like the Living Armory quite a bit. Although being able to devour the assistant means I can immediately get the Twisted Assistant. Actually, no, I want Devour. More Frostbite or better mixing. We have neither Frostbite nor mix. That's kind of sad. I guess I'll take Cuddlebeard. But both of those starting relics do kind of nothing, which is sad. Yeah, they both have the same health. I guess Grael can go in front. In fact, they don't have to be on the same floor, right? We can put Steward Silophytes on one floor, Grael on another floor. I think that's correct. Perfect. We eat the assistant, we get the back. The back applies Trample and Strike Gain Rage, which allows our Silophyte to do, frankly, enormous damage. When you have Sweep and Trample, overkill damage from targets in the back applies to the unit in the front. So we're kind of double dipping, essentially. Nom. I guess you can have this. And then we gain rage per hit. But each hit is like... So each target we hit with Sweep is a separate strike. And if there's Trample overkill damage, that is also a separate strike. So we can gain... for example, here, with 2 targets, we're going to get 3 strikes off of the Twisted Back for 6 more rage. Yeah, Rage 2, Rage 2, Rage 2. Pretty good. We easily beat the boss. If I was to add a relic to a hypothetical game as a reference to Spire, what would it be? I would probably add the Merchant's Smiling Mask to, like, a different game. I think that'd be a cool way to do it. Seems very iconic. There's a way to brew. Lifesteal could also be good. We don't have a lot of ways to heal at the moment. Take Lifesteal. The Merchant's Rug. Are there any Spire references in this game? I don't think so. There's some very overt references to other games, but not as far as I can tell to Spire. Guess we should take a big spell to go with our spell weakness. Not 100% on that, though. And I have to believe that going unit upgrade is correct here. Yes, volatile gauge is like the Snackawai. That's true. That is true. Okay, we can get quick on our sweeper. I'm probably going to take that. What are you? Oh. Aha. The better quick sweeper. Although maybe because I already have a quick sweeper, I don't need Test Subject Alpha. So maybe I should take the Hulking Mass and put that in front of our Silophyte. Let's do it. You be quick. Endless? I like Endless. On the tank thing. Now I want to give it Reanimate. Could give the Silent more attack power. I really want Multi-Strike, though. The Silophyte, rather. Silent. For everyone with this clan, you can do the Test Subject Alpha. I broadly agree. Yeah, I broadly agree. Giving a damage up to that assistant because it makes our champion get more power off of them. Wait. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's do that. Nice. Now we're going to gain Giga Rage. Rage-tacular. Reanimate 8 Hulking Mass? That's pretty badass. Pretty badass. HD Savage, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Easy game. Ball. Huge damage. This can apply a reanimate. Gain lifesteal's not bad either. What about Fragile Spikes 40? Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. Kind of nice on the hulking mass. But spikes don't do very much because I have Quick Sweeper, right? Yeah. I would take Pseudoscience if it weren't for the Ember attached. I'm just going to skip here. And probably skip these as well. I think so. Do we go to the Merchant of Arms, or do I look at the Merchant of Magic? Getting equipment for the Xylophyte sounds pretty good. Oh, no, we already have equipment. We need a room is what we need. Do I have any good spells? Not really. No, not really. Okay. Let's go here, then. Hall of Mirrors. Doesn't seem that good. Bloodthirsty Blade could be quite strong, allowing us to scale our sweeper permanently. Although I still think we want the Twisted Back. Twice as many assistants to eat, but half the room in which to eat them. The core problem with the Hall of Mirrors. Just reroll. Boiler Room. Now that I can get behind. Or Inferno Room. We have stupid Entropy Seraph. Do I need Inferno Room? Really? Guess I'll take Boiler Room. Let's take Boiler Room. Make it deployable. Question is, what do we use that Ember on? I don't know. Obey me, says Dominion. Oh, we can have Strike, apply Corruption on our sweeper here. Or more melee weakness and spell weakness. No, I think we give him Corruption. Shame about the second upgrade, but whatever. Yeah, if only multi-strike. If only... I guess we could put it on the hulking mass. Nah. That's alright. Still really strong. Dualism would have been really good, too. Alright, and this will be really good at dealing with Fleshweaver, too. Garbage down here. You're dying regardless, huh? I guess that's okay. Actually, wait, no. Hold on, I can just chump block. No. Do this. Perfect. The corruption does mean the sweeper's gonna perish, huh? Bit annoying. Might be able to get lifesteal. Prevent that guy from making corruption. This all looks good. It also might be enough to simply corrupt the Flesh Weaver here. Okay, I need this guy to die soon. I think if he dies, we'll have it, actually. Perfect. Maybe not perfect. Okay, perfect. Kill these things so that our sweeper doesn't die. Great. Let this guy die. Perfect. Energy siphon the boss. Perfect. You're dying. That's not good, but it's fine. A little spooky. Surely everything is fine, chat. That's right. Now that we have the Silophyte in front, we can use the Pyre. And it's alive. Actually, let's just it's alive first. More corruption. Okay, that wipes this floor. That's good. You should weaken this floor, I guess. Yeah, that does big damage to the boss. Cool. Looks like we win. Easy. Excellent. Like unstable and reanimate, huh? This has some good uses. Spike of the Stygian can also be nice. This is a good way to deal with Dominion. Pick the Spike. Ooh, Titan Sentry with the Cuddlebeard. There's a lot of Frostbite. Sure, welcome. Pincushion was okay too, actually, with all these assistants. Should have thought about Pincushion more. We're gonna take card draw? Energy? Unclear, actually. Looks like card draw is pretty good. Let's do card draw. Do we go back to the Merchant of Steel? I don't think so. Not yet. Yeah, not yet. Except I already have a room. Very interesting. Arcus. Oh, yes. Perfect. We have a full health pyre, so we can give 50 health to Arcus to get some random artifacts. And, of course, the Dark Shard, which is very strong. Especially when we're fighting this Seraph, too. We'd love the Dark Shard. More money from Trials. Excellent. Get 4 attempts, right? Wanderer's Talisman. At start of turn, friendly units get stat ups if they're the only unit on the floor. We'll do something sometimes. And then 20 Pyre health at the very end. This gives us a chance at a random artifact. We get the Emot Tome. Holy heck, that's good. Plus, most importantly, Arcus's Dark Shard. Which says, when we draw any Blight or Scourge, gain 1 Ember and draw a non-Blight or non-Scourge card. 4 artifacts for 50 health. A really good deal. Very strong event, that one. I guess I want Artificer Crosspath? I think I do. More Deployment Ember looks tempting. Also reroll here. Maybe that's the answer. Let's try that. Let's reroll. Unstable goes up. Lights and Scourges being free is hilarious with the Dark Shard. Let's do that. Does the craft equipment on units scale with the champ's ability? Yes. If you play them on the same floor as the champ. Which I definitely do. Maybe I want the boiler room to be Grael's floor, actually. It's funny. Let's try this. Although surely I get more kills down here, right? But I can get the energy mid-turn if I do this. Oh, I'm stupid. Try that again. There we go. Order? The wrong order. Wait, did that guy... Yes, that guy got 40 corruption because of Trample being stupid. That's really strong. Very strong. That is crazy strong. Looks like capacity could be okay here. doesn't actually defeat him. Tethys just kill him, though. Even if I were to die here with Grael. Make sure we play that for permanent scaling. GG. G freaking G. There's Slay Gain Reanimate. We probably want to put that on the Hulking Mass. Although, will he get slays is the question. I'm not sure. Oh, Glacial Seal. Okay, that I can get behind. Although, how many spells do I actually have? I mean, we've got Emot Tome, so yeah, give me that. Merchant of Magic, Merchant of Trinkets. Magic Merchant looking a little better. The Event and Artifact is good, too. What would I dupe? I might dupe Glacial Seal, actually. Although I prefer to upgrade it first, right? I would. I'll go here. Okay, let's go Merchant of Magic, maybe? Sure. Sure. Holy Stone on Spike of the Stygian looks pretty good, actually. I'm going to spell chain the It's Alive. Do I want to reroll here? I don't think so. Incant triggers twice? Okay. That's going to make the Glacial Seal kind of insane. Do I need Spell Chain with Emot Tome? So if you use the Emot Tome to dupe a Spell Chained card, then you get 2 Spell Chain cards, and you can play it 4 times, which is awesome. So yes, I do still want it with the Emot Tome. Oh, the Beacon! And purify a unit. And purify a steward, maybe. Or get the Daze 1 to all enemy units on all floors card, which is also pretty decent, actually. You know what? We can afford that. Let's take the Daze Everything card. Oh, a large assistant to give stats to Grael. There's a good idea, right? Because it keeps the assistant keyword. Interesting. Enemies with multi-strike should be doable because we're quick. So they all die first anyway, or they should. Question is, do they? Yes, they do. You'd love to see it. Just scale the Organ Harvester for now. Eating stuff. Healing them. And then heal for 5 sounds pretty good. Doesn't actually die, huh? What if I daze you? Twice. What then, nerd? What then, buddy? Got him. There's our quad lifesteal. Bonk. More lifesteal. Take more lifesteal. And there's another glacial seal. Or I can take Guardian Stone for armor. Armor does sound good. Yeah, we need some armor. Dualism would be good here. Admittedly, Incant Armor 2 is also pretty decent. Slap that on the Guardian Stone itself, I think. This guy wants Reanimate. This guy wants Dualism. Midstone? Wait. That's even better. Multi-strike, unfortunately, not very many good targets for that. Sad. Slap Reanimate on this. It's all coming together. True. You get more health. Battle apply Boiler Room on the first floor, except I'm already doing that. Bell Sanctum on the second floor. Interesting. Makes our spells cheaper on that floor. That sounds pretty good. Sounds very good. And I'm going to remove a few stewards now. They're quite bad. One more. Stewards begone. Okay, not a particularly difficult version of Strix and Hallow. I think we'll be alright here. He's so tiny. And yeah, we want to daze everything, I assume. Good. Dazed, reeling, about to break. Yes, that card dazes everything on every floor, which is in fact very good. Nice attack, idiot. Here, you block with your face. You. This to you. You can wait. Oh wait, I didn't put the twisted back on the Silent Fight yet. Whoops. Where's my other, there we are. Not quite right. Do this then. Yeah, I did that a little bit wrong. It's alright. Great. Double dazed. Kaboom. How's the Icy Telefight one-shotting everything? The equipment twisted back gives Rage on Strike, which is giving her insane attack power, essentially. Boom. All right, those two are thoroughly dealt with. I don't think I want these cards. Yeah, and gives her trample, which means overkill damage goes to the next unit in line, and that's also part of what's kind of breaking the game here. Do I want two Silophytes? I guess I do, right? I suppose that I do. There's dualism. Perfect. Perfecto. More scaling for our assistants, I think. And then duplicate the Silophytes. Okay, we have stupid rage enemies here, sweepers. Got my own sweeper, thank you. Although, notably, I can't play both Silophytes on turn 1. A little bit annoying. Some real power. But we do get him to 1. Do I let that go? Maybe. Yeah, probably I should. Good. Yeah, this is fine. Getting tons of money from our challenge anyway. Not terrible. Got 100 corruption. That's busted, man. 100? Insane. What makes a run full random? Yeah, random main and secondary clan, random pyre. That's what I mean by full random. It's shorter than typing out random, random, random. It's pretty sick, actually. Give them the Giga. Heal me for a ton. Easy game. Corruption. The power. Copy a unit. Maybe not. Risky operations okay too. Let's take a sap card. Do I remember an occurrence when a train steward killed the final boss at MT1 and said last stop? I do remember doing that too, Divinity. Yeah, we've done that. It's a good time. Any more dupes that I want? Not without an upgrade on it, right? I could dupe the Spike. Spike dupe's okay. The Merchant of Arms feel. Not that good because I have no deployment ember. Okay, let's dupe our Rail Spike. Even less deployment ember. Playing 3 different kinds of cards in a turn gives us energy and draw. That's really good with the Dark Shard. The Scourge and Blight cards are free. When an equipped unit dies, permanently add to their equipment. That'd be good if we got that early. It's not good now. Likewise, these would be... This would be good early. This would be good early. I guess I'll give armor 10 on equip. That's better than nothing. Pretty bad relics overall, though. Yeah, pretty bad relics overall. Oh, well. Frozen Lances are quite bad. We're going to start dunking those. I guess. Maybe take out an assistant, too. Do the lowest strength one. Get in the deck aggressively here. We can do one more. I guess I'll lose one more assistant. Sure. Maximize our odds of getting trample early here. Begin. I can do both Silent Fights if I don't play the Hulking Mass, and I do play the Titan Sentry. Do that. Are we rolling Merchant of Arms? No, I don't have anything to upgrade. Everything had 2 upgrades already. Yeah, it seems like we're fine without both totems. I am okay with that. We can go here. Here. Continue to do this. $112 Frostbite on Seraph. Pretty good, actually. Good. Even this guy dying. Love the overpoweredness of the trample here, right? Like, we only have 56 plus 127 damage, so how is this guy dying, right? But he is. He is dying. Because he takes damage like 5 times. It's too powerful. Zero attack Seraph, by the way. Easy game. Might be the easiest Seraph entropy fight I've ever had. Crazy. They just all die. That's so dumb. Why do they all die? So I managed to stack 4 Dazed on Seraph. No attack. Yes, Daze makes him stop adding curses, too. That's right. Daze will stop Savagery from being a jerk, too. It might stop Dominion from giving me Pyre Lights, which is kind of annoying. Begin. Yeah, Dazed OP here, for sure. For sure. So did I like that setup, is my question. Kinda. I like getting both Silophytes down turn 1. Seemed important. I guess I could skip the Boiler Room. No, that's stupid. Good luck, Grael. Okay, you're gonna go here. This is getting played up top. He's fine-ish. Assistance turn 1. stuff happening here. It'll wipe the floor. You're gonna shump block as well. I think I'm gonna daze everything as well. Yeah, that dazes Dominion too, I see. It's not great. Yeah, he won't do any damage because he's dazed. Good. Endless. Gonna spike at the Stygian on the top floor. Gotta replay this guy though. I haven't taken any damage yet. Kind of impressive, actually. Okay, the Silopites are getting attacked now, which is kind of bad. Although I do have counters in the form of the Daze, which I will be using. Armor. I need to get more armor, so I gotta play more spells down here. It is fine. Spike does not need to get used yet. Okay, now is a good turn to use it. Yeah, now is definitely a good turn to use it. Some scissor hands, although now I have the chance to play Beacon's Light. Done everything again. Fine. Enjoy your life. 320 corruption on this guy. That's a lot of damage. Looks like Savagery might actually be the hardest one to kill. Kind of unusual. almost want to give this one the Organ Harvester now. Let's do that. Stay alive. Okay, entropy's down. Cool. Oh, yeah, we could push this thing up front because it has so much armor, right? Not a bad idea. Not too bad. Debuffs on entropy are per floor. Note the different frostbite stacks. So only spell weakness on the current floor gets applied. We have 20 spell weakness on this floor, for example. I can't take advantage of that on the other ones. This might be a perfect Titans fight, though, chat. Kind of badass. Oh, you're at 1 as well, actually. So we're just waiting on you. Cool. -4, no way. Not on my watch. The freaking G. 0 damage. We did it. A perfect fight. For an even 12k. Heck yeah. GG. G freaking G, Twishat. Beautiful. Not too bad. All right, Twitch chat. Unfortunately, that is all the time that I have for us today. We are going to be back tomorrow at the usual starting time. It'll be our final stream where I don't play Spire 2 this year. That's pretty cool. Final stream before Spire 2 comes out is incredible. I'm going to throw a raid over to Jorbs. We were just talking about Jorbs. His face was on our screen when we were doing some reviews for Untapped.gg. Looks like he's just playing some Spire and having a good one. So I'm going to throw you all his way. Yeah, I've got like an actual shout-out thing, right? Hold on. How do I do that? There we do. That's how you do it. That's how we do it. 10 a.m. PST is 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll start with like an hour of talking about Spire 2 cards and maybe opening the big mystery box that Megacrit sent me that says, do not open until Spire 2 is out. Winky face. But yeah, I hope you have a good time hanging out with Jorbs, enjoy some cozy Spire, and I'll catch you all on the flip side, Twitch chat. Until then, my friends, toodaloo, and night. Have a good one, friends.